Well, a very good afternoon to you, and you are right on time for this National Assembly proceeding. Remember, this is a special sitting that is convened via Kenya Gazette Notice number 5612 of 6th May 2024 that the National Assembly, pursuant to the provisions of Article 152(7)(b) of the Constitution and the Standing Orders 64(3) and 66, appointed today, Monday, the 13th May, the year 2024, at 2:30 p.m. as the day and time for this particular special sitting for the House to receive the report of the select committee. This is a select committee that was established to investigate the grounds regarding the proposed dismissal of Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi, that is the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock, following allegations against him with regards to the fake fertilizer situation that has been experienced in the country. So this is a special sitting that, among the business, that a particular issue is set to be one of the business to be transacted on the floor of the House this afternoon, with the committee expected to table its report. Remember, after the committee was established, it had a 10-day window to probe that particular matter. And this afternoon, the select committee or the House, during the special sitting, was to receive that report from the committee. But remember, there were also other businesses that were to be considered in addition to that. A quick look at the order of business for this day that the members are convening this afternoon is that there is a procedural motion on the reduction of a publication period of a specified bill, and this is pursuant to the House Standing Order number 120, that the House resolves to reduce the publication period of the finance bill, a bill that is originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 30 of 2024, from the normal 7 days to 4 days. This is a procedural motion that will be moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, Honorable Kimani Kuria. The publication and introduction of bills is pursuant to Standing Order number 120. Part C indicates that this is with regards to the reduction period, indicates that the bill, together with the memorandum referred to in Standing Order 117, this is Memorandum of Objects and Reasons, has been published in the Gazette as a bill to be originated in the Assembly, and unless in the case of a division of revenue bill, county allocation of revenue bill, an appropriation bill, a supplementary appropriation bill, a finance bill, in which case that is what we are talking about this afternoon, a county government's additional allocations bill, an equalization fund appropriation bill, a period of 7 days, and in the case of any other bill, a period of 14 days. So with regards to the finance bill, its publication period is supposed to be 7 days, but the Honorable Chairperson for Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning will be seeking to have that publication period reduced from 7 days to 4 days. The bill is also set to be read for the first time once that procedural motion is approved by the House. that bill will be read for the first time. The members of the National Assembly during this special sitting are also set to consider the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 14 of 2024. This is a bill that is sponsored by the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. And this bill was considered at the Senate last week, and there are amendments that the senators moved with regards to the allocation, specifically to the allocation that will be going to the counties. And the senators had proposed that the counties receive a total of 415 billion Kenya shillings. That is a part of the amendments that this afternoon the members, once they get to this motion of consideration of the amendments by the Senate on the Division of Revenue Bill, will be looking at. As you've seen, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is walking into the chambers. He will be presiding over this afternoon special sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. All the honorable members, we have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
All the honorable members, take your seats. Take your seats. Honorable Whip. Honorable members, this is a communication on the convocation of a special sitting of the National Assembly on Monday, 13th May 2024. Honorable members, I take this opportunity to welcome you to this special sitting, which has been convened pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 29.3 and 64.3 relating the procedure for convening of special sittings of the House during recess. Honorable members, you recall that on Tuesday, 30th April 2024, the House resolved to establish a select committee to investigate the grounds for the proposed dismissal of Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi, EGH, as the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development. Notably, Article 152.7 of the Constitution and Standing Order 66.5b require the Select Committee to report its findings to the House as to whether it finds the allegations against the Cabinet Secretary to be substantiated, to have been substantiated. This ought to be done within a constitutional timeline of 10 days. This period lapsed on Sunday, 12th May 2024. Honorable members, interactively, Article 259(7) of the Constitution states that if, in any particular circumstance, the period of time prescribed by the Constitution ends on a Sunday or a public holiday, the period extends to the first subsequent day that is not a Sunday or a public holiday. Additionally, honorable members, Standing Order 64.3 concerning consideration of a special motion for removal from state office provides that if the National Assembly is not sitting, the Speaker shall summon the Assembly for a special sitting to dispose of the motion. In this regard, and pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 64.3, I appointed today, Monday, 13th May 2024 at 2:30 p.m. as the day and time for the special sitting of the House to receive the report of the Select Committee and to consider any other priority business. Additionally, honorable members, in keeping with the requirements of Standing Order 29.3, the Kenya Gazette Notice number 5612 of 6th May 2024, I gave notice of today's special sitting. Accordingly, today's special sitting of the House is properly convened. Honorable members, as specified in the Gazette Notice, and indeed as also notified to all members and the general public by way of newspaper notification published on 7th May 2024, the purpose of today's special sitting is as follows. 1. Conveyance of any urgent messages from the President, the National Executive, and the Senate. In this regard, I will shortly be conveying a message from the Senate relating to the passage of 4 bills. B. Tabling of any other papers with statutory timelines, including subsidiary legislation. C. Tabling of the report of the Select Committee investigating the proposed dismissal of Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi as Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development pursuant to Articles 152.7b and 152.9 of the Constitution. I am notified that the committee has just adopted its report. At an appropriate stage, after I have acclimatized with the contents of the report, I'll allow the chairperson to table it, and thereafter, I will give further guidance as to the next steps. D. Tabling of the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024. You will note that this business is contained in the order paper as order number 10, given its urgency. Honorable members, the House is also to transact the following urgent business. First reading of the Finance Bill 2024, as today presents the only opportunity for formal introduction of the bill in the House so that public participation on it can commence. 2, consideration of a motion on the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the ratification of the Multilateral Convention to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting. 3, consideration of the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill 2024 in Committee of the Whole House should the business under Order number 10 be passed. And 4, Committee of the Whole House and third reading of the National Disaster Risk Management Bill National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023. The House is accordingly guided. Members at the bar, take your seats. Take your seats. Minority Whip, take your seats urgently. Now take the nearest seats. No, I'm still on communication. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the next communication is a recognition of a delegation from the Parliament of Zambia. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the Parliament of Zambia who are seated in the Speaker's row. The delegation comprises 10 members of the Committee on Planning and Budgeting. They are 1, Honorable Fred Chibulo Chatila MP, leader of the delegation. Honorable Brenda Nyirenda MP. Honorable David Mabumba MP. Honorable Jamba Machila MP. Honorable Kalalwe Mukosa MP. Honorable Andon Mumba MP. Honorable Mwabashike Nguluskusa MP. Honorable Koonwa Simunji MP. Honorable Jeffrey Mulebwa MP. And Honorable Mayungo Simushi MP. Honorable members, the delegation, accompanied by 2 staff, is on a benchmarking visit to gain deeper insights into legislative processes and explore innovative approaches, particularly in the realms of budget, finance, and national planning. On my own behalf and that of the National Assembly as a whole, I welcome the delegation to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagement during their stay in the country. Thank you. Next order. Hold your horses, Minority Leader. Members, take the nearest available seat. Ruku, the nearest seat. Order, member, take the nearest seat and urgently. Order. Honorable members, the next communication is in consideration of performance audit reports by relevant committees. Honorable members, as you are aware, the Office of the Auditor General is one of the independent offices established by the Constitution and is mandated to, inter alia, audit and report on the accounts of all public entities in accordance with Article 229 of the Constitution. In addition, Section 36 of the Public Audit Act 2015 requires the Office of the Auditor General to conduct performance audits for the purpose of examining the economy, efficiency, and effectiveness of public expenditure by public institutions. These reports are critical in the examination of efficiency and effectiveness of our public resource utilization and are meant to advise public entities on areas of improvement to ensure prudence in public finance management. Indeed, honorable members, I am in receipt of a letter from the Office of the Auditor General indicating that 63 performance audit reports have been submitted to the National Assembly since 2012. However, it's noted that only 1 such report has been considered by the House over this period. This performance is dismal and calls into question the prioritization of these reports by committees of the House. Notably, honorable members, the performance audit reports cover various sectors including agriculture, rural and urban development, health, education, environment, protection, water and natural resources, social protection, culture and recreation, governance, justice, law and order, energy, infrastructure and ICT, general economic and commercial affairs, public administration and international relations, and finance. Honorable members, given the centrality of the performance audit reports in the streamlining of resource utilization by public institutions and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 216.5, I hereby direct, 1, that the clerk circulates the performance audit reports received from the Office of the Auditor General to respective departmental committees and any other relevant committees for consideration, and 2, that the committees ought to prioritize the examination of the performance audit reports and table respective reports for consideration by the House as appropriate. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Minority Leader, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, I just want to seek your indulgence. I've got certain issues I need to raise beforehand.
Pardon?
Certain preliminary issues I need to raise, and I want you to invoke Standing Order number 1 to address some of them. 1, Honorable Speaker, is on the matter of the order paper. Honorable Speaker, if you look at Standing Order 29.5, in terms of defining special sittings of the House and the agenda thereof, Honorable Speaker, the implication of that standing order is that on a special sitting such as this one, Honorable Speaker, there may be a number of issues that have been lined up in the Gazette notice. But Honorable Speaker, you will agree with me that out of those many issues, there is always the anchor issue. There's always the anchor issue. And Honorable Speaker, my submission is that the anchor issue for this special sitting is the matter of the proposed dismissal of the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture. And therefore, I want to plead with you to use your discretion under Standing Order number 1. I hope they will listen to me. Standing Order number 1, to rearrange the order paper and to allow the matter of the proposed dismissal of Honorable Mithika Linturi to be brought forward, to appear at the very least as standing at order number 8. At order number 8. So that before we transact any other business, we dispense with the matter of the proposed dismissal of the Cabinet Secretary. That is 1. 2, Honorable Speaker, 2 is the interpretation of the Constitution, Article, Honorable Speaker, the interpretation of the Constitution, Article 152, sub-Article 9, read together with the Standing Order 66.7. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Members, can I hear the Minority Leader? Reduce your consultations.
I wish you could listen to me.
Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying that if you go to Standing Order, to Article 152, sub-Article 9 of the Constitution, and for the avoidance of doubt, Honorable Speaker, it says if the Select Committee reports that it finds the allegations A, unsubstantiated, no further proceedings shall be taken, or B, substantiated, the National Assembly shall proceed in the manner prescribed. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind the House that Parliament can act on its own in the plenary or through its committees. Honorable Speaker, the select committee that is envisaged under Article 152 of the Constitution is one of such committees. The select committee is a committee of the House.
Honorable Minority Leader.
And as I conclude,
you are actually out of order.
Okay, I'm just concluding.
You are out of order.
I just want to plead with you, Honorable Speaker. Just 1 second, or 1 minute.
Okay, take that 1 second, but you are out of order.
That, Honorable Speaker, if you undertake a purposive interpretation of the Constitution, understanding orders, I want you to find that what is envisaged under Article 152, sub-Article 9, is that the decision of the Select Committee shall be subjected to the vote of this House.
Order,
that whatever
Honorable.
decision the Select Committee arrives at must be validated by the full House. That is the import of Article 152, sub-Article 9. Honorable
Order,
Speaker.
Honorable. Order. Honorable. Order. Honorable Wandai. First, you are out of order in anticipating debate. I did guide the House that I have been informed reliably that the report is ready. The report has not even been tabled. The Speaker has not seen it yet. After the next 1 or 2 orders, the Speaker will retreat to the back chamber and look at the report. It cannot be tabled without the Speaker ascending to it. Once I am satisfied and I assent to it, then it will be tabled. Secondly, that will be done within the next less than 1 hour. Secondly, and Guna, you are out of order in interjecting when the Speaker is on his feet. Secondly, what the Minority Leader is trying to bring to the attention of the House is water way under the bridge. The House already debated a motion, and the outcome of that motion was the setting up of the Select Committee. Unlike in the Senate, where in their standing orders, they provide that the House can elect to prosecute such a matter, particularly in relation to the impeachment of the governor, the deputy governor. It may elect to prosecute that impeachment motion through a select committee of the House or through the House sitting as plenary. That provision is not available to this House. This House, what is available in your own standing orders, is to have a select committee, which we put in place. That is where the minister appeared with his lawyer, from what I was reading, and that is where the prosecution was conducted. Now, when the report comes to the House, if the matter is found by the committee to be unsubstantiated, it ends there, dead on arrival. If the committee says the matter has substance, then level 2 will now be the House to deal with a fresh motion, which at the end of the day will require a simple vote to uphold or to reject. That's what the law says. That's what the Constitution says. So, Honorable Wandai, you are jumping the gun. It's unnecessary, it's unhelpful. Just hold your horses. Order, Wanjala. Order. Order, Honorable Wanjala. Order. Members, take your seats. Honorable Wanjala, take your seat. Take your seat.
Order number 3, messages.
Your leader has raised a matter which I have disposed of. Take your seat. What is out of order, Wanjala? And cite the standing order that you are relying on.
Out of order.
Can you cite the standing order that you are relying on? Order, members.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, members.
Mr. Speaker, you used the standing order to call us here today.
Order, Honorable Angela, take your seat. You are getting into the realm of gross misconduct. When your leader, Honorable Andai, stood on a point of order, he cited the standing orders, he cited the Constitution to prosecute his point of order. What standing order are you relying on to say what you want to say?
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing up on a point of order number 1.
Order. 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 Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable Angela. Order. Honorable Angela, thank you very much for providing comic relief to the House. Standing order number 1 does not apply. It only applies where a matter is not provided for. What you are dealing with is provided for under the standing orders. And any further interjections to Angela, I'll rule you out of. Order, Angela. Order. Honorable Angela, you may be excited about the matter, but be orderly. I've ruled you out of order. Take your seat and remain calm. Order, Angela. There is no time for you because you have no matter to prosecute. Take your seat. Yes, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under standing orders number 1, number 66, and Article 152(9) of the Constitution. I need the Speaker's ear, so we cannot compete for his ear. Mr. Speaker, I have cited... Yes. Mr. Speaker, I rise under standing order number 1, standing order number 66, as read with Article 152(9) of the Constitution, for your directions. Mr. Speaker, I seek those directions pursuant to your further directions that you have just given. Mr. Speaker, you read Article 152(9) and properly interpreted it. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd invite you for a proper and thorough interpretation of 152(9) before the committee tables its report. Insofar as under 152(9), Mr. Speaker, A, it says if the select committee reports that it finds the allegations unsubstantiated, no further proceedings shall be taken. Mr. Speaker, I wish to invite, for the clarity of the House, the interpretation of the word proceedings, so that we would know how we react to the report by the committee. Mr. Speaker, without anticipating your direction, my understanding is that Article 152(9) actually mirrors the process of removal of a judge under Article 67. And the contemplation, therefore, Mr. Speaker, would be that when the committee reports that they have found the allegation substantiated, then we proceed under 152(9)(b). But where they find it unsubstantiated, no further proceedings shall be taken, which means the proceedings contemplated in B, that is affording the Cabinet Secretary to appear before the House and the question of voting, will not be taken. But my understanding, Mr. Speaker, is that that by itself does not prevent the House from discussing or debating the report. What it does is to prevent the House from voting on the report. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'd urge you to give us a clearer interpretation of the word proceedings, and one that goes with the purposes of the Constitution, one that is permissive because the House is entitled to debate the finding of the committee, including any improprieties that the committee may be engaged in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Honorable Senior Counsel, your reading of the Constitution, your understanding of the Constitution, and your appreciation of the Constitution is in tandem with Mr. Speaker.
Good. Thank you.
Under Article 152(7), where you should have started, because I know you very well, you are a clever man, but you are reading selectively. It says, if a motion under Clause 6 is supported by at least 1/3 of the members of the National Assembly, which motion was supported by more than 1/3 of the Assembly shall, not may, shall appoint a select committee comprising 11 of its members to investigate the matter, which you did, right? The next level is now the reception of the report, which you have quoted. As it is now, we have not tabled any report. So you are also jumping the gun. Once the tabling of the report is done, then the relevance of your argument comes into play. And then the discretion of the Speaker will be called into place. Right? Thirdly, and for the avoidance of any doubt to all members, including Honorable Raphael Wanjala, standing order number 1 in our standing orders is not available to any member of this House. Whether it's majority or minority leaders, it's only available to the Speaker. If you read your standing orders properly, and for avoidance of doubt, I wrote these standing orders with the late Honorable Godana. The late Honorable Godana, Julius Sunguli sitting there, and a few others. Standing order number 1 is only available to the Speaker, not to any other member. It is not an escape route to anybody who doesn't grasp their standing orders. So let's leave it there. Honorable Otienda Amolo will get to that matter when we reach it. Order. Clerk, hold an order. That matter is spent. Let's move to the next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members, Honorable Machele, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate on the passage of 4 bills. Honorable Zamzam, you have breached our standing orders. Take your seat. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41-5, I wish to report to the House that on 2nd May 2024, I received 4 messages from the Senate regarding the passage of 2 Senate bills and 2 National Assembly bills. Order. Is that Honorable Member for Malava and Serisia? Keep your silence. Honorable Member, the first and second messages convey that on Thursday, 25th April 2024, the Senate considered and passed the County Boundaries Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2023, and the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022. The Sugar Bill was passed with amendments. Honorable members, the third and fourth messages convey that on Thursday, 2nd May 2024, the Senate considered and passed the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024 with amendments, and the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 25 of 2023 without amendments. Honorable members, the County Boundaries Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2023, seek to give effect to Article 188 of the Constitution by providing for procedure for alteration of county boundaries. It also proposes to provide for a mechanism for resolution of disputes relating to county boundaries, as well as establishment of an independent county boundaries commission. On the other hand, the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 25 of 2023, seeks to amend the County Governments Act Cap 265 to raise the statutory thresholds for removal of a member of a county executive committee. In conveying the message regarding passage of this particular bill, the Right Honourable Speaker of the Senate has notified that the sponsor, Senator Samson Cherargei, MP, has nominated the member for Marakwet West, the Honourable Timothy Kipchumba Toroitich, MP, to co-sponsor the bill in this House. In this regard, the Honourable Toroitich will henceforth be responsible for marshalling its consideration in the National Assembly. Honourable members, with regard to the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022, I hereby direct the clerk to circulate the Senate amendments to the bill to all members as required by standing orders. In the meantime, the message from the Senate, together with the schedule of the Senate amendments, shall stand referred to the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock for consideration. Honourable members, in order for the House to commence consideration of the two Senate bills, I further direct the clerk to schedule the bills for first reading when the House convenes next for its regular sittings. Thereafter, the two bills will stand committed to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for consideration. I urge the two committees to prioritize the respective bills, refer to them, and report to the House as soon as is practicable to enable the House to proceed with the next stage of the bills. Honourable members, with respect to the two National Assembly bills, that is the Sugar Bill 2022 and the Division of Revenue Bill 2024, you will recall that the National Assembly passed the two bills on 27th September 2023 and 20th March 2024 respectively, following which I refer the bills to the Senate for consideration pursuant to the requirements of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. As part of the bicameral architecture of our legislative process on bills concerning county governments, the House is now required to consider the Senate amendments to the two bills. Honourable members, passage of a division of revenue bill ought to be done expeditiously and within the statutory timelines in order to allow the attendant steps in the budget-making process. In this regard, and in line with the resolution of the House of 14th February 2024 regarding processing of messages received from the Senate during the short and long recesses, through notification number 001 of 2024 dated Monday, 6th May 2024, I refer the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill 2024 to the Budget and Appropriations Committee as soon as I received it. The committee is expected to have concluded consideration of the Senate amendments and should table its report today to facilitate consideration of the business listed as order number 10 in today's order paper. As I have communicated earlier, this particular business has a statutory timeline and must be dealt with. The House is accordingly guided. Next.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Monday, 13th May 2024, the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, that is National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Hold the order, honorable members. Honorable members, the next is the tabling of a report by the Select Committee on Investigation into the proposed dismissal of Mithika Linturi as the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development. Honorable members, like I did indicate to you earlier, I will recess for 20 minutes. The Deputy Speaker or a member of the panel, Wangari, will take the chair, deal with the items on the other orders, so that when the Speaker comes back and the report is tabled, we'll proceed with it without any interruption. You are so directed. Wangari?
Order. Order, members. We'll continue with the business of the House. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, procedural motion, reduction of publication period of a specified bill.
Order, members. Nipatie mic. Order. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance. Honorable Kimani Kuria.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 120, that this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill 30 of 2024 from 7 to 4 days. Honorable Speaker, the reduction of this publication period is to give enough room for public participation so that we can have a robust conversation about this Finance Bill of 2024, and most importantly, to avert a possible special sitting for this Friday. Because if you don't make the decision now, then we might have to reconvene a special sitting on Friday.
Order. Honorable Mogaka, take your seat. Honorable Joash, take your seat. Honorable Robbie, take your seat. Member for Sirisia, take your seat. Honorable Clive, take your seat. Honorable Sunkuli, break the Kamukunji. Honorable members, we cannot even hear the mover. Kindly let us be orderly. Member for Molo, can you move again?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following procedural motion that pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 120, that this House resolves to reduce the publication period for the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024 from 7 to 4 days. Honorable Speaker, the essence of this provision of reducing the publication period from 7 to 4 days is to give enough room for public participation. There are a lot of measures that the Finance Bill of 2024 has proposed, and it's very important that we give a robust time, to give sufficient time for Kenyans to participate in bringing us their views, and that's why we propose this reduction in the publication period. Because in addition, Honorable Speaker, The import of this is also we may have to have a special sitting on Friday if we don't reduce this publication period, and we don't really need to do that. In that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to request Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oudo, the MP for Funyula, to second.
Order, members.
Procedural motion.
Member for Felicia, you're being disorderly. Take your seat. Honorable Makila, take your seat. So that you can hear Honorable Oudo. Second the motion. Honorable Oudo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to second the procedural motion, specifically the procedural motion to reduce the publication period. We have always had a challenge in this country, Honorable Speaker, that such an important bill like the finance bill is never given adequate time to be subjected to public participation. On the account that they are seeking to reduction of the publication period so that they give adequate time for public participation, Honorable Speaker, on that account I support. But as I support, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the committee and I want to urge the members who will sit in the committee that public participation, Honorable Speaker, should not be an exercise in futility, should not be an exercise in vanity, but the comments, the views of the people of Kenya must be taken into account when preparing the final report. Honorable Speaker, if that doesn't happen, then the process of public participation is going to become a farce. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the reduction of the publication period.
Honorable members, I therefore, Honorable Modoni, take your seat. Honorable Kagiri, take your seat. Honorable members, I therefore propose the motion that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 120, this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 30 of 2024, from 7 days to 4 days. Is that the mood of the House? I therefore put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 120, this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, from 7 days to 4 days. Are as many as are of that opinion say aye? As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 9. The Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the law relating to various taxes and duties and for matters incidental thereto. Order number 10, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14, of 2024.
Chairperson, Budget and Appropriation Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on motion 10, that is the consideration of Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, that is National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024 be now considered. Honorable Speaker, and the consultations are too high. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024 be now considered. Honorable Speaker, and I beg the members can afford some few minutes so that we are able to understand each other. Honorable Speaker, whereas it is obligatory for me to move this motion, Honorable Speaker, I also rise actually to reject the motion, Honorable Speaker, based on several things and reasons that I'll be giving to the members in this House. Honorable Speaker, I can barely actually also hear myself. Honorable Speaker and members, the motion before us is very important. And as I said before, as the chairperson of Budget and Appropriations Committee, whereas it is obligatory for me to bring forth this motion, Honorable Speaker, I actually rise to reject the amendments by the Senate for several reasons, Honorable Speaker, that I would wish that members understand and also to communicate clearly on those issues, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee set actually over this recess, and Honorable Speaker, even in our report that I am sure members already have, we have decided to reject the amendments by the Senate, Honorable Speaker, for the following reasons. But before I go to the reasons, I want to make it very categorical and clear for Kenyans and to Kenyans that the National Assembly, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, we 100% support devolution. And Honorable Speaker, we support when resources go to our various counties, because even our governors are trying to do their best in terms of adjudicating and appropriating the monies that we appropriate in this House, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, on the onset, it is important for us to understand that the Budget Committee and this National Assembly, we fully and unequivocally support devolution, and that is why year in, year out, we actually continue to increase the amount of money that we horizontally push to our counties, Honorable Speaker, based on the bill that is before us today. But Honorable Speaker, even as we support our county governments and our governors to do their role, Honorable Speaker, insofar as governing and leading our county governments is concerned, Honorable Speaker, our country and also our devolved governments, Honorable Speaker, we operate on a fixed envelope and an envelope that is quite thin, Honorable Speaker. Just for us to be on the same page, the bill before us, Honorable Speaker, and I was conversing with Honorable Mokoji about it just a few minutes ago. The bill before us is the bill that actually, Honorable Speaker, shares our national cake vertically, Honorable Speaker. Vertically to say, this bill, Honorable Speaker, allocates a block figure that goes as shareable share, Honorable Speaker, equitable share to our counties. And then thereafter, Honorable Speaker, the formula that is made by the Commission for Revenue Allocation, then that money is shared horizontally among the 47 counties. But before us today is basically about vertical share, Honorable Speaker, and shareable revenue to our counties, Honorable Speaker. The rest will be ensuing later. Honorable Speaker, why are we rejecting this motion, Honorable Speaker, and the amendments by the Senate? Honorable Speaker, this House previously passed the same division of revenue bill, Honorable Speaker. But as it should be, then it proceeded to the Senate. Honorable Speaker, when it proceeds to the Senate, in case Senate agreed with this House, Honorable Speaker, then this bill would have gone to the next stage. But Honorable Speaker, as it is procedurally, when there are amendments by the Senate, and then they push back the bill to this House, if this House agrees with the bill, then the bill continues carrying the amendments of the Senate. But Honorable Speaker, when this House rejects, as we are going to do this afternoon, then Honorable Speaker will have to go through a mediation process between this House and the Senate so that we can have a common ground on this matter, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, as we reject this bill, it is thus an opportunity we are requesting from this House that they give us an opportunity to proceed to mediation between this House and the Senate so that we can get a middle ground. Honorable Speaker, what are the facts around it? Honorable Speaker, in the budget policy statement that we passed earlier this year, Honorable Speaker, we were working with a budget then of around 4.18 trillion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, after the passage of the BPS, we have had to relook at our budget, and Honorable Speaker, we have actually been able to slash close to Kenya shillings 270 billion, and therefore the budget we are dealing with now is a budget of around 3.913 trillion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, when we appropriated or when we set the ceilings in the budget policy statement, the shareable revenue or the share, the equitable share that we had provided to our counties was approximately 391 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, and this is what I would implore upon my colleagues even to get this point. Whereas we appropriated or we set a ceiling of 391 billion Kenya shillings, when our budget then was 4.18 trillion, even after we slashed the expenditure by the national government by 270 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, we have still gone ahead, Honorable Speaker, to let the figure of 391 persist in the current budget of consideration. And therefore we have not affected the equitable share that we actually passed in the budget policy statement, even after we had slashed all the other departments. But Honorable Speaker, when this bill proceeded to the Senate, then the Senate, in their wisdom, thought it is proper that we consider a different figure. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, whereas this House is dealing with a figure of 391 billion, our colleagues in the Senate, Honorable Speaker, have proposed in the current motion that we are debating today a figure of 415 billion Kenya shillings as equitable share, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, there is a gap of Kenya shillings 24.8 billion Kenya shillings. These are the ramifications, Honorable Speaker. We are currently dealing with a deficit to GDP ratio of 2.9%, which is actually, Honorable Speaker, a very modest and a very considerate deficit. In fact, in the region, Honorable Speaker, Kenya is the one operating on the lowest deficit to GDP ratio in terms of the estimates that we'll be debating later on in this House. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, so to say, we want to cap our deficit at 2.9%. And therefore, our budget is inelastic. Whatever amount of money we may want to add to our counties, over and above the 391 billion Kenya shillings, a certain vote has to give way. Because, Honorable Speaker, we are not dealing with an open envelope.
Honorable members on my right, the consultations are too loud. Honorable Nyakundi, Honorable Karidho, take your seats. Honorable Meli, we need to hear the chair. Honorable Gashagwa, break the Kamukunji, take your seat. The members on my right, kindly maintain order. Continue, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Speaker, we are dealing with a deficit to GDP ratio of 2.9%, which is the right trajectory for our economy, Honorable Speaker. It is already giving the right signals in our markets. That is why we see even the cost of borrowing is actually coming down domestically and externally. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is for the interest of this House and our country that even as we make the current budget, which the current division of revenue bill is a component of, that we have this in mind, Honorable Speaker, that it is proper that we know that the estimates we'll be considering are not inelastic. Honorable Speaker, we are dealing with a closed envelope. And therefore, if, Honorable Speaker, we were to consider a figure higher than the 391 billion Kenya shillings already set in the ceiling at the budget policy statement, Honorable Speaker, therefore, certain votes and certain expenditure lines have to give way. And Honorable Speaker, it is important for this House to also know some of the considerations that are on the table. If we need to add the shareable revenue from 391 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, the first proposal is that we slash the RMLF that is going to our counties by 10 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker. And that is the reason why the Budget and Appropriations Committee rejected the report, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the second consideration for us to bridge the gap of the 24 billion is for us to slash NGCDF, Honorable Speaker, from the current proposed figure, Honorable Speaker, and we slash NGCDF by 10 billion Kenya shillings to go into the shareable revenue, Honorable Speaker. If the wisdom of this House is to agree with the Senate, then we'll have no choice than to slash Kenya shillings 10 billion at the RMLF to go to the shareable revenue, Honorable Speaker. And that is one of the reasons why, the Budget and Appropriations Committee rejected. Honorable Speaker, secondly, if you are to agree with the current amendments by the Senate, we may have to slash Kenya shillings 10 billion from NGCDF to go to the shareable revenue. And Honorable Speaker, that is the second reason that the Budget and Appropriations Committee rejected those proposals by the Senate, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, I request this House to agree with the Budget and Appropriations Committee. We reject, Honorable Speaker, the proposed amendment by the Senate so that we proceed to the mediation so that we are able to safeguard critical areas which we have already ring-fenced, Honorable Speaker, like RMLF, like NGCDF, which we have already done already. So by this House agreeing for us to reject, we will be saying this, Honorable Speaker, that Kenya shillings 10 billion goes back to the Constituency Roads Committee in our constituencies. By rejecting, Honorable Speaker, we will be saying no to cuts on NGCDF, Honorable Speaker, because NGCDF, or Honorable Speaker, the proposals we are already in the process of doing, Honorable Speaker, and it will be injurious to NGCDF committees across the country, Honorable Speaker, if we agree with the current amendments. Honorable Speaker, I now request the very able Vice Chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, the Honorable Mary Amase, to second in rejection of these amendments.
Reject. Honorable Amase, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Honorable Amase, other members, let us be orderly. Honorable Kawanjiko, wind up that meeting. Honorable Amase, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for protecting me. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I arise to second the rejection of the proposed amendment bill by the Senate, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024. As already alluded by the chair, the discussion is about the variance. National Assembly proposed the 391 billion and the Senate is proposing 415. The issue is that 10 billion difference has got to come from somewhere. Some vote has got to give way. And members, you've already heard the proposals on the table that this money may have to come from the RMLF or probably from the NGCDF. That money has got to come from somewhere if we have to top up this amount to the figure that's being proposed by the Senate. We all understand the state of the economy. We are operating within boundaries set by the BPS. So we cannot accept this proposal. So honorable members, our advice of the Budget Committee is that we reject the proposed amendments. I second, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I therefore propose the question that the Senate Amendment to the Division of Revenue, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024 be now considered. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to agree with the Committee on Budget and Appropriations. Honorable Speaker, it's important that as we make decisions, we are aware that someone once told us that all choices, Honorable Speaker, have consequences. If, Honorable Speaker, we were to agree with the Senate this afternoon, what the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee and his committee are telling us is that in budget making, when you give something, something else must give in. Honorable Speaker, you know the problem we have had with many of our governors with the road maintenance, road fuel levy for road maintenance. Honorable Speaker, you know the spirited effort they have been asking for 10 billion shillings out of the funds that you are receiving in your constituencies for road maintenance. Then the Budget Committee, if we are to agree with the Senate amendments, the Budget Committee will have nothing else to give other than to give in. And you sacrifice your Kera roads maintenance funds to your governors, assuming that they are going to build the same roads that you build. To Honorable Speaker, the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee has spoken to the issue of NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, you know the challenges we've had with the NGCDF and the opportunities. And at the time that we have celebrated 20 years of the existence of NGCDF, Kenyans across the country can tell you this is the only tangible money they feel on the ground in terms of projects and even in terms of the money that we are giving to students for bursaries, Honorable Speaker, including the money for our women reps. The great ladies that we have as women reps across our 47 counties, Honorable Speaker, are doing a far much more commendable job than many governors, Honorable Speaker. The GAF money, you can see what GAF money is doing in every county in this country, Honorable Speaker. Our women leaders, Honorable Speaker, that is why, at the risk of stepping on our my male colleagues' friends,
Honorable members, women members, it's totally out of order to shout in the House. You know how you can do what you're doing, but don't shout. Honorable
Speaker, I was saying, at the risk of being lynched by many male governors and prospective governors, I have proposed that if I had the ability to alter part of our constitution, I would propose that our women leaders even have the governor position as an affirmative action seat, because they are good in managing funds, Honorable Speaker. And I don't say this, Honorable Speaker, because I'm a father to girls. I have seen, as I grew up, my own mother taking care of the pennies, knowing that when you take care of the pennies, the pounds will take care of themselves. And I believe many women leaders in this country have that belief, that if you take care of the small money they have, these women leaders under GAF have very little, I think about 7 or 8 million shillings per county, but you can see the effect of that money on the ground. How then do we allow those amendments that are coming to take away money from GAF to give it to governors? It will be injustice not to the women leaders, but to the people of Kenya who are depending on their mothers and their sisters in GAF to take care of them in terms of bursaries and social protection funds, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I don't need to re-emphasize that we never see the value of money that is going to counties across the country, without exception, Honorable Speaker. I know there are some counties like Homa Bay where we can see good work being done. I know there are counties like Nakuru where we can see good work being done. And there are counties that are messy, Honorable Speaker. There are counties where the Auditor General is telling you, my county in Kiambu, close to 1 billion shillings on roads has gone to waste. Close to another 100 million shillings that was being given as fertilizer and chicks, Honorable Speaker, has been stolen, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I don't just say this to support women governors, but I can say without any fear of contradiction, our women leaders are doing a great job as governors, and I would urge Kenyans to continue supporting our women leaders. These are great leaders, Honorable Speaker.
You, Honorable Majority Leader, are you done? Okay. Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I stand to support the amendments of the Senate, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's be honest. And let us be honest to ourselves, and let us be honest to Kenyans, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, some of these counties that you are seeing in this country have seen 1 billion shillings for the first time in their lives after devolution, Madam Speaker. We shall not be used as a house to kill devolution, Madam Speaker. We must stand up, because that is the only way we are going to save devolution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you are aware, the Senate has only asked for an increment. They have never said we remove the money from NGCDF. They never said we remove from fuel levy. They never said, Madam Speaker. There are devolved functions that are being held here in Nairobi, like the health functions, like agriculture functions. Why are you keeping those monies in Nairobi here? Why don't you send those monies to the counties, Madam Speaker? That is why we have people eating now fertilizer money in this country, Madam Speaker. Why can't you send those monies to the counties? Madam Speaker, what I am saying, if Osoro might want to know what I am saying, is that we must send more money to the counties. If you want to deal with corruption at the counties, deal with corruption. Jail governors, jail chief officers, and all kind of people. But you cannot deny the people of Kenya who live in counties money in the pretext of corruption, Madam Speaker. There is more corruption in national government than in the counties, and nobody speaks about it, Madam Speaker. 90% of our resources remain in the national government. It doesn't remain in the counties. We are devolving less than 15% to counties, and we magnify the corruption there as though that is the only money that is in Kenya, Madam Speaker. Monies are in Nairobi. Monies are in ministries. Monies are in PSS and ministers here. That is why we are dealing with issues of fertilizer today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to urge this House, let us not be used as a house to kill devolution. What is going to bring life to this country? What is going to develop this country? What is going to make this country a first world country, Madam Speaker, is devolution. That is how Germany developed, that is how France developed, and that is how all democracies developed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say this.
Hello.
Madam Speaker, I hope, Madam Speaker, let me conclude by saying that you cannot add 6 billion shillings.
Honorable Junet, take your seat. Honorable McClap, what is out of order? And let's get the IT department work on the sound. Honorable McClap.
Madam Speaker, I think we've had enough debate on this matter, and we can call the mover to reply. Because, Madam Speaker, this matter is as good as done, Madam Speaker, and we can invoke Article 95 and call the mover to reply.
I will let Honorable Junet finish.
Madam Speaker, it will be sad, Honorable Makilap, who was a former Speaker of Baringo County, can be used to derail devolution in this country. But Madam Speaker, we are dealing with a budget of 3.9 trillion, almost 4 trillion. And we are giving counties only 396 billion, Madam Speaker. And we have added this year, this financial year, only 6 billion shillings, Madam Speaker. If you divide 6 billion shillings by 47 counties, every county is going to get 30 million shillings. What kind of money is that? What kind of money is that? Is that enough for the develop this country? Madam Speaker, let us be honest to each other. If we want to develop this country, we must devolve funds. If there are issues of corruption, we must deal with them. We cannot use corruption to stifle devolution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, look at what's happening to devolution. Since the inception 2013, the devolution is struggling to get their required amount of money. Madam Speaker, in this House, when we are dealing with the devolution, with the division of revenue, we are supposed to divide this money vertically first. between counties and national government, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, if you hate your governor, that is your own problem. You can go and sort out your issues at home.
You are totally out of order. Totally. Out of order. Honorable Junet, wind up.
Madam Speaker, I want to tell Honorable Osoro, if you hate your governor, you can go and sort out your problems at home. If you want to run for governor, it's up to you. If you want to run for MCA, it's up to you. But the fact of the matter is, the only monies that Kenyans are enjoying is the money that goes to devolution, Madam Speaker. No other money is on the ground. And the NGCDF, those two monies, county governments and CDF money, that is all, Madam Speaker. All the other monies are in the hands of people like Linturi. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, in my own evaluation, I see there are still some interested members to speak on this motion. So I will not put the question. I will give 2 people from my right, and I will give another 2 on my left. If there is more, we will continue for a while. Honorable Mukunji, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me start by saying I rise to reject in totality, Honorable Speaker, the Division of Revenue Bill as it has come from Senate. Honorable Speaker, I want to first correct Honorable Member Junet that in his constituency he doesn't have to do work for him to be elected. He just have to say the name of a person I don't want to mention. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya says that you only have, by Constitution, to give 15% of the revenue to the county government, Honorable Speaker. This year, Honorable Speaker, we have actually added from last year from 375 billion to 391 billion, Honorable Speaker, to the county governments. Honorable Speaker, many people will agree with me that the money that goes to the county is invisible compared to any other resources that come through GAF, NGCDF, and Honorable Speaker, money that is actually appropriated through CARE, Honorable Speaker. And it is unfair to continue adding these monies without seeing results, Honorable Speaker. I want to say that, Honorable Speaker, we need to actually encourage conditional grants to county governments more than giving them a budget line that is going, Honorable Speaker, to be going to their pockets and actually to salaries and remuneration and entertainment for our governors, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we actually need to empower NGCDF and other funds, Honorable Speaker, because, Honorable Speaker, what we have done in this country in the name of devolution is created semi-gods and people who actually enrich themselves without the thought of our people that require resources and work to be done. Honorable Speaker, while we are discussing this, it is important for this House to critically think about empowering our county assemblies. These are people who have actually been given few coins, and we need to actually ensure word fund and their own autonomy is maintained so that, Honorable Speaker, we don't create people who can run away with the whole budget and without even thinking twice, Honorable Speaker, they can only be sought after they have done with their term. Honorable Speaker, I was reading the paper yesterday and I saw a whole page full of faces of former governors in very unscrupulous way, Honorable Speaker, having acquired monies and they are under investigations. It is critical for this House to think of how and what works is what is supposed to be empowered. What doesn't work, Honorable Speaker, is not supposed to be empowered. Honorable Speaker, as the chairman of Kenya Young Parliamentarians, I want to reject in totality the bill, and we need to go to mediation so that we can give governors what is supposed to be given to them. Honorable Speaker, I reject. Thank you.
Minority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to join my colleagues in supporting the motion. And the Honorable Speaker, from the outset, I want to say that, that I agree in totality with the Senate in their proposed amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill. Honorable Speaker, let me say this, and you know, the Honorable Chairman of Budget is a noble man and a very good student of economics and finance. What the Senate amendments are saying in very simple and layman language is that in our own calculations, the counties need much more than what you have allocated them. That increase this money from 396 billion to 415 billion shillings. The Senate is not telling us that remove money from NGCDF, remove money from road maintenance levy, whatever. The Senate is simply saying that the counties require much more than you have given them. So it is incumbent. It is incumbent upon us that to look round in a budget of 3.9 trillion Kenya shillings, to look around and find out where can we get these extra monies and reallocate to the counties. That is the plain, simple language that the Senate is actually communicating. Honorable Speaker, I am one of those people who would be totally opposed to removing money from NGCDF. I am also one of those people who will be totally opposed to interfering with the road maintenance levy fund. Honorable Speaker, we know that the counties are dealing with very, very critical functions that go to the heart of the common person at the grassroots. The counties are in charge of agriculture. The counties are in charge of health. The counties are in charge of water. The counties are in charge of social services. The counties are in charge of rural roads and all those other functions that are critical. What has happened in this country in the past that we must deal with, that we must confront, is the fact that we were able to devolve functions. We were able to divide these functions without actually doing proper costing of the functions. The end result is that counties have been given functions which they are unable to perform, Honorable Speaker. Counties have been given functions without the requisite funds to manage those functions. It is a duty, it is a historic duty of this House to right those wrongs. The only way to right those wrongs is to be reasonable, is to be sensible, is to address these issues objectively. Honorable Speaker, my own layman mind tells me that even the 415 billion that the senators are proposing could still be way below what the county governments need. Honorable Speaker, in the fullness of time, we might actually find that the county governments require much more money. Honorable Speaker, I'll be proposing that after this current budget cycle, we agree as a House to perhaps constitute a select committee, a special committee, to look at this whole aspect, this whole issue of functions and their costing. Honorable Speaker, unless we do that, we shall continue to starve counties of the monies they need to implement, to perform the functions that they have been accorded, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is a no-brainer. I want to plead to my colleagues to support this motion and endorse the amendments as proposed by the Senate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, you'll give me some time. I said I'll give 2 from my right and 2 from my left. I have given 1 each. I'll now give the majority whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think it's important for us not to engage ourselves in populism politics when we are discussing very, very serious matters. We all live in this country, Honorable Speaker. NGCDF has been in existence for over 20 years. Yeah, for about 20 years, Honorable Speaker. Devolution in this country came into place in 2013. But you can hardly show what devolution or county governments have done compared to what NGCDF does. Honorable Speaker, it's important for us to also to be very factual. Some of these governors that we are defending so much, that we are or county governments that we are defending to have a lot of money, cannot even spend the amount, cannot even spend the entire amount whenever they get it. We are getting into the closure of the financial year, but you'll realize that some governors have not even spent a quarter of the amounts that they got when the financial year started. I mean, really, here we are debating on how we can be able to add them more funds for roads. When we all live in this country that governors do not even do roads, or the county governments are not working. We are telling them, this House, if we allow the proposal by the Senate on the division of revenue bill, Honorable Speaker, it will then mean that the amounts that we place for the 22% that is under the control of the members of parliament should be managed or governed by the governors. When we know their incapacitation, when we know they are not able, when we know they will not do it, when we know they will use it for other purposes. Honorable Speaker, in totality, when you say that you have the money, like Honorable Opium Wandai has said, you must show which place you are taking this money from. Who are you subtracting to add for the county revenue? Which person are you subtracting? And in this case, the main casualty will be the members of parliament. It will be the NGCDF. It will be the NGAF. Instead, we should actually be discussing on how we can add NGCDF money. We discuss on how we can be able to add NGAF, because at least we are able to see what NGCDF is doing, what NGAF is doing. Members of parliament seated on the opposite side, Honorable Speaker, are only playing populism politics. They know even from the counties they come from, it's nothing. I see Honorable Rene shouting, but in her county there is nothing. Roads are pathetic. I was there last weekend. The roads that are done by the governor Nyaribo in Nyamira is zero. He's doing nothing. I see Honorable Obadia complaining here, but you go to Bomachoge Borabu, the village roads that are supposed to be done by the county governments have not been done. They are pathetic. The ECD classes that they are supposed to build are not being built. We cannot add money to the counties. To whom much is given, much is expected.
Honorable members, do not raise your hands. Honorable Kibagendi, use your cards. Honorable Mayaka, you don't shout.
Yeah, use your cards.
I cannot see you on my screen. Stop shouting in the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I wind up, Honorable Speaker, to whom much is given, much is expected. A lot has been given to the county governments, but we can hardly see. You will need a microscope to identify what governors do. But everything NGCDF does is in full glare of the eyes of everybody. Everything that the NGAF is doing is visible. But you'll need a microscope to see what governors are doing. You will see classes being built by NGCDF across the country. You will actually mark. But in the county government structure, you will actually need a microscope. The only development those guys are doing is walking in a convoy of 20 vehicles, moving around funerals, one vehicle carrying a chair, another vehicle carrying carpets, another vehicle carrying goons, another vehicle carrying microphones, another vehicle carrying a girlfriend, and then they go there, they disrupt functions in barrios, carrying themselves in high titles, and then you are discussing on how to add the money here. Governors should be subtracted money, not being added. And that subtraction should come to NGCDF and NGAF. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, we reject the proposal by the Senate on the division of revenue bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, I will then give the member for Migori, Honorable Fatuma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this because I come from Migori County. I also have a governor called Ochilo Ayako who is working. Honorable Osoro, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Honorable Osoro has a personal problem with Simbarati. I can give you guidelines on fighting him, but saying that county's money was going to kindly be a man. Stop being a woman in a market. Honorable Osoro is interfering with me. Honorable Osoro, I can tell you 100 times that you are shouting and your misbehavior cannot remove Simbarati from his position. He is the governor And please give Simbarati time to work. All you do is fight and plan to kill him. That will not remove him from the seat. Madam Speaker, there's too much noise, I can't contribute. Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I support this.
Madam Chair,
You are not on microphone. Order, members. Order, members. Point of order is not done by shouting. Honorable member for Madeira, it is not shouting. You put your card and put intervention. Honorable Bowen, what is out of order?
thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the debate before us, Madam Chair, is about division of revenue bill. But it is not about, I had the honorable member for Migori. It's not about Simbarati and Osoro. Madam Speaker, I was just asking if the member is in order to discuss people who are not in this house and also to stick to the relevance of the debate in the house. Who is killing who? And who is killing who, Madam Chair? Because she made some unsubstantiated claims of killings. I think the Honorable Chair of Migori is completely out of order.
Honorable Fatuma. Honorable Fatuma. Did you make unsubstantiated?
No, I didn't. No, Madam Speaker.
Order, members.
Madam
I am
Speaker,
addressing
it's me to
Honorable
answer.
Fatuma.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I did not make such statement, but he was shouting back, and he was shouting about Simbarati, so I answered him back. I only said what he said in my own words, in my voice. But he knows what I'm talking about, Madam Speaker. Kindly allow me to contribute. Madam Speaker, I think the other side is blackmailing the other MPs. I don't see anywhere where the senator said that the money will be taken from NCDF or NGAF. So let us be honest. You have cheated Kenyans enough times, and we can't continue cheating Kenyans.
Honorable,
when it comes to this,
member for Migori, stick to the relevant topic. But
I am very relevant, Madam Speaker.
Members on my right also maintain decorum. Honorable Fatuma, continue.
Madam Speaker, I'm very relevant because I listened to the two. Counties need more money. We have seen many things that were not in other counties. Madam Speaker, I would like to bring to this House that not everybody voted for this government. And we are known that a government that you never voted for always do not give you development. It is only the county government that comes to our rescue, especially the minority. So we cannot blackmail here and talk of NCDF. Look at Honorable Osoro. When I talk of those statements like killing because of his behavior, he behaved so badly. Like a first timer who never even went to school. We went to school, let us behave like people went to school. Arati will win whether you like it or not. Madam Speaker,
Order. Honorable members, we do not make aspersions to one another in this House. Honorable members, as I had promised, we will do two on my right side and two on the minority side, then I will put the question. Order, members. I therefore put the question. Oh, yes, before we get to the question, we will have the Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee to reply.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I actually rise to agree with all the members who have had a contribution to make this afternoon. I agree with the members on the right side of the Speaker, and I also agree with the members on the left side of the Speaker. I agree with the Majority Leader as much as I...
Kindly as I said, use your cards. I will go with your cards. If you have a point of order, I need to see on my screen.
Honorable Speaker, I agree with the majority leader, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, as much as I agree with the minority leader, Honorable Opio, Honorable Speaker. I agree with Honorable Osoro as much as I agree with Honorable Junet.
Member for Suba North, what is out of order? Hold on, Honorable Dende.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do apologize for the Chair of Budget, who is my chair. I don't want to interrupt him. But, Madam Speaker, I don't think it is in order for Honorable Osoro to be physically making sexually suggestive gestures in this House. He is pointing to his penis in this House while pointing at Honorable Fatuma. It is completely out of order. It is abhorrent. It is backward. Madam Speaker, it is not allowed in this House.
Order.
We don't even know whether he performs. What is he showing us here?
Order, Honorable Mili. Order, Honorable Mili. Honorable Majority Whip is not the one on the floor. If it is something out of order, it has to be something the Honorable Member for Kiharu is doing. So continue, Honorable Member for Kiharu.
Okay. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. No. Okay. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member for Suba North. I know you are never ashamed of your sexuality, but I don't think we have gotten to that point. Honorable Mili. So let's allow Member for Kiharu to finish. Finish your reply, Honorable Member for Kiharu.
Speaker, I thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I'll take very short time, so I request members, if it's possible, we can listen to each other. Honorable Speaker, I have listened to all the members in this House this afternoon, and I actually agree with all of them. I agree with the majority leader, Honorable Ichung'wah, at the same breath as I agree with Honorable Opio and Honorable Speaker, who is my former chair in PAC. Honorable Speaker, I agree with Honorable Osoro, and also I agree with Honorable Junet, as much as I agree with Honorable Fatuma, as much as I agree with Honorable Mokoji and all the others. The reason for saying that, Honorable Speaker, there are some things that are without any doubt. That number one, this House supports devolution, as it was said by Honorable Junet. Just for the record purpose, ourselves on the right side, we support devolution as much as the right side, Honorable Speaker. This money goes to our counties, and we want our counties to develop. Honorable Speaker, we also have governors who are doing a good job, Honorable Speaker, including across the country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is the only departure point, that the amount of money we are considering is limited. But even as such, Honorable Speaker, I agree with all the members, Honorable Speaker, that we need to give our counties more money, Honorable Speaker. And that is why the Budget and Appropriations Committee, actually in the budget policy statement, we went ahead, Honorable Speaker, and added our county governments Kenya shillings 4 billion in conditional grants. Honorable Speaker, the money that is already there, it was not touched, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is the same reason, Honorable Speaker, as was stated by Honorable Junet, as was stated by Honorable Fatuma, Honorable Speaker, that our counties need more money. That is the same reason, Honorable Speaker, we were able to increase the monies going to our counties horizontally from Kenya shillings 375 billion to 381 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, even beyond the constitutional threshold of 15%, the current consideration is actually 24%, Honorable Speaker. And therefore we agree our counties need more money. It is the same way, Honorable Speaker, that we agree we need more money in GAF. We need more money to electricity. We need more money to the agricultural sector. We need more money to all the other sectors. We agree in that, Honorable Speaker. The only thing I beseech honorable members that we consider that when we are dealing with a static deficit of 2.9%, we are dealing with a closed envelope. In that closed envelope, Honorable Speaker, if you want to increase monies in the shareable revenue, Honorable Speaker, the equitable share, then something has to give way. And Honorable Speaker, the low-lying fruit across this debate, because it is not new, I want members to listen to me carefully, Honorable Speaker. If there are motions that we bring as budget committee, which we are almost indifferent, it is like this one. Whichever way the House votes, the budget committee is okay with it, Honorable Speaker. The only thing I want to beseech this House, then when we bring the estimates, and you see some cuts in other areas, Honorable Speaker, will only be fulfilling your vote of today. So when we vote to increase money from 391 to 415, the budget committee is indifferent, Honorable Speaker, because you are your servants. But Honorable Speaker, where we target most as the government, as parliament, is where there has been increments. If you look at the budget policy statement, which areas had increments, Honorable Speaker? One area that had an increment, and therefore is a low-lying fruit, is 50 million shillings for electricity to every constituency. The second low-lying fruit is NGCDF, which we added 8 billion. The other, Honorable Speaker, is RMLF. That is why I request this House to vote nay, Honorable Speaker, to safeguard those votes, Honorable Speaker, and I seek to move.
Okay, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. I therefore put the question that the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, National Bill number 14 of 2024, be now considered. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The nays have it. Next order.
Order number 11, motion ratification of the multilateral convention to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting MLI. Mover to
on the order paper will have the mover reply. The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Honorable Kuria Kimani, are you in the House?
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all the members that contributed on this robust conversation on the ratification of the multilateral convention to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting. And Honorable Speaker, this is one of the avenues that we're looking forward. We really discourage repatriation of a lot of hard-earned incomes that goes to other countries through tax planning, base erosion, and profit shifting. I want to thank the members who contributed to this discussion that gave us very, very good insights on this particular multilateral tax treaties. And you're hoping that moving forward, therefore, Kenya now will not just be more marketable globally, Honorable Speaker, but also, and most importantly, that we're not going to erode the profits and the base for incomes that are generated in this country, Honorable Speaker. And with that, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I therefore put the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the multilateral convention to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 30th April 2024. Order. Order, members. And pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the Multilateral Convention to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting, subject to reservations on Article 5, application of methods of elimination of double taxation, and Article 16, mutual agreement procedure. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Forward.
Order, honorable members. Order. Take your seats, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Following your passage of the motion at order number 10, take your seats. Order, honorable members. Take your seats. Take your seats. Following your passage of the motion at order number 10, allow me to make the following short communications. Honorable members, this is a message from the Senate that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 41.1 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I wish to report to the House that I've received a message from the Senate regarding the appointment of senators to a mediation committee. The message conveys that pursuant to Article 113 of the Constitution, the Speaker of the Senate has appointed senators to a mediation committee to consider the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023. Honorable members, the following senators have been appointed to the said committee: Honorable Senator John Matthew Muhia MP, Senator Dr. Steve Lutebesi Lelegwe MP, Honorable Senator Wahome Wamatinga MP, Honorable Senator Mariam Shehomar MP, Honorable Senator Jones Mwashushe Mwaruma MP, Honorable Senator Agnes Kavindu Mudama SCMP, and Honorable Senator Beatrice Akinyi Ogola MP. Honorable members, you will recall that on Tuesday, 30th April 2024, the House rejected the Senate amendments to the Water Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 33 of 2023. This effectively committed the bill to a mediation committee pursuant to Article 112(12)B of the Constitution. Subsequently, I appointed 7 members to the committee to represent the National Assembly via a communication issued on 6th May 2024. Following the appointment of senators, the mediation committee is now fully constituted. As contemplated under Article 113 of the Constitution, I therefore call upon the committee to expeditiously consider the respective bill and submit a version of the bill for consideration by the Houses of Parliament. In considering the bill, I hasten to remind the committee to be alive to the timelines provided under Article 1134 of the Constitution to ensure the bicameral process is concluded. I thank you. Second communication, honorable members, relates to the appointment of members to a mediation committee on the Division of Revenue Bill on the motion you have just passed. You have just concluded. I think you rejected the motion. You rejected. Honorable members, the communication relates to a decision that the House has made on the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024. As you are all aware, today, Monday, 13th May 2024, a few minutes ago, the House rejected the motion on consideration of the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill 2024. This decision, honorable members, consequently remits the bill to a mediation committee in accordance with Article 112 of the Constitution and Standing Order 149. Honorable members, Article 113 of the Constitution requires that whenever a bill is referred to a mediation committee, the speakers of the Houses of Parliament shall appoint an equal number of members from both houses to attempt to develop a version of the bill for consideration by the Houses of Parliament. In this regard, honorable members, having consulted with the leaders of the House, I have appointed the following members to represent the National Assembly to the mediation. Honorable members, you know I've been sitting behind here. If you are not aware, honorable members, the following members will go to the mediation committee: the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, CBS MP, the Honorable Mary Massa MP, the Honorable David Ocheng, CBS MP, the Honorable Nyakundi Mokaya MP, the Honorable Samuel Moroto, CBS MP, the Honorable Samuel Atande MP, the Honorable Naisula Laisuda MP, the Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu MP, and the Honorable Ali Wario Guyo MP. Honorable members, the aforementioned members will await the appointment of senators to the mediation committee for the committee to be fully constituted for purposes of commencing the mediation process. Once I receive a message from the Senate to that effect, I'll convey the same to the House. Thereafter, the mediation committee will embark on an attempt to develop a mediated version of the bill in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. The House is accordingly guided. The last, honorable members, I wish to recognize members from the County Assembly of Meru sitting in the gallery, Speaker's Gallery. I'm told, order. The delegation comprises 7 members of the County Assembly, led by the Speaker of the Assembly, the Honorable Ayub Bundi Solomon. They are welcome to observe the proceedings of the House. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, we now go back to order number 5. I have scanned through the report of the committee. I have approved the same, and I now invite the chair of the committee to table the report.
Order number 5, papers.
Hold on, Kate.
And Minority Leader approach the Speaker. Okay, call out order number 5.
Order number 5, papers.
Honorable Naomi Wako.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Monday, 13th May 2024.
Thank you.
Report of the Select Committee on the proposed dismissal of the Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi as the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development. Thank you. I lay, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Naomi Wako, I'll give you 3 to 5 minutes to brief the House on the content of your report.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Hold your horses, Honorable Otienda Molo. You already raised a point of order that I'll come to. You remember I told you. Let her finish first.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Select Committee was mandated to investigate the allegation against the Cabinet Secretary as contained in the resolution of House and table its report within 10 days. And as I have already submitted and tabled the report, Honorable Speaker, the committee had the opportunity to sit, and we were able to allow all the parties to present itself, and we gave equal opportunity. Honorable Speaker, in concluding the hearing, the committee was guided by the provision of Article 152 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 64 and 66. On Friday, 10th May 2024, the sponsor of the motion and the Cabinet Secretary made their closing statement to the committee. The closing statement marked the end of the hearing proceedings, and the committee subsequently embarked on report writing. Honorable Speaker, Standing Order 199 provides that a report of committee shall be adopted by a majority of the members. The committee adopted its report on Monday, 13th. Today, 4 members of the committee dissented and made their opinion known before the committee. The dissenting opinion is attached to the report of the committee. Honorable Speaker, the Select Committee wishes to thank the Office of the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Clerk of the National Assembly for the support extended to the committee in the execution of its mandate. The committee further extends its appreciation to the sponsor of the special motion, Honorable Wanami, and also the Cabinet Secretary. Finally, I wish to express my appreciation to the honorable members of the committee and the committee secretariat who sat for long hours.
Honorable Naomi Wako, just conclude by telling the House what is the finding of your committee.
Honorable Speaker, the committee, in its report, the committee made the following findings of allegation against the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock. The allegation under ground 1 on gross violation of the Constitution or any other law, ground 2 on serious reasons for believing that the Cabinet Secretary has committed a crime under national law, and ground 3 on the gross misconduct as outlined in the special motion are unsubstantiated. The committee...
Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, order, order. Wanjala, order. Order, honorable members. Order, Hillary, take your seat. Order, Hillary, take your seat. Honorable members, as you know, the Select Committee has discharged its constitutional mandate. Listen to me, I'm going back to what Otienda Amolo raised. Being an ad hoc committee in nature, the Select Committee now stands dissolved. 2, under Article 152 of the Constitution, as was read to you by the Honorable Otienda Amolo and myself, Sub-Article 9A, if the committee finds that the allegations are not substantiated, no further proceedings shall be taken. 2, being oblivious of the enormity of the matter and having consulted with the majority and minority leaders, I'll give the floor to 4 members on this side, including 4 members plus the minority leader. I'll give 4 members on this side plus the majority leader, and thereafter, all the Honorable Marian Kaitani. When the Speaker is on his feet, all the Honorable members, order, Honorable Junet Mohammed, I want to caution you and everybody thinking like you that this is not a matrimonial court. This is a house of parliament, and I will not entertain any extraneous issues. Be advised. So I will allow 4 on this side plus the majority leader, 4 on this side plus the minority leader. Let me hear the point of order by Otienda Amolo. I will also hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for those directions. I think it is the right thing to do, and I will still be reserving my hope to contribute. But the point of order is this, Mr. Speaker. I rise under Standing Order 90 as read with Standing Order 107(1)(e) in terms of conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, as a member of this House and as a lawyer, I have spoken and interacted with some of the members of the Select Committee. And a disclosure has been made to me that questions and alleges impropriety and misconduct by some members of the committee. And I'm not talking of anything out there. I am talking of things disclosed to me as a lawyer and a member of this House. In that event, Mr. Speaker, it is necessary legally and by our procedures that such an issue is referred to the Powers and Privileges Committee first. Because in the event that there's any truth in it, they need to vitiate the entire report. It would result in the report being a nullity and this House restarting the process. So I need your direction, Mr. Speaker, because I believe that in that event, it would not even be right to discuss the report. It is a preliminary matter to dispel any such suspicions as required by the Constitution and by our standing orders, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Otienda Amolo, Standing Order 87, Standing Order 91, and the ones you have quoted, enjoins you on the following. 1, responsibility for everything you allege on the floor. Number 2, it enjoins you to respect your colleagues at whatever level, at any rate, in any event. 3, in the event you have evidence to discuss any member, which is your absolute right under the standing orders and the Constitution, you come by way of motion. You cannot, and you know it, you're a senior lawyer. I'm your senior, but you're also a senior lawyer. You cannot cast aspersions against your colleagues without a specific motion against any one of them or several of order. Against any one of them or any two or three of them. That there was impropriety, there is evidence, and you want the House to discuss a member. I will gladly approve such a motion if you brought and I found substance in it. In the absence of a motion, I want to encourage you to set the trend and the example as the leading lawyer in this House that doing anything different is out of order. Marian Kaitanyi, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand under Standing Order number 184 regarding advance mention of a member. When the proceedings of this particular motion were going on, I was adversely mentioned by the Honorable CS to the effect that I was even the sponsor of this motion, and I requested, Honorable Speaker, and I requested to appear before the committee so that I can explain myself, because I had been adversely mentioned in almost the whole proceeding when the Honorable CS was giving out his defense. And because I was not given that opportunity, accorded that opportunity, I therefore request, Honorable Speaker, that anything that was mentioned regarding me be expunged from the report. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Order, honorable members, order. Honorable member for Aldai, indeed, I got your letter this afternoon saying what you have just said, that you adversely mentioned in the proceedings at the committee, and that you needed time to go and purge any allegations leveled against you. Unfortunately, I got the letter when the committee's time was over. The committee has tabled a report. I have read through the report. There is nowhere where you adversely mentioned in the report, but understanding order 184, at an appropriate time, the Speaker will give you an opportunity to make a personal statement on the floor of the House, not today. Once you make that statement, it is not subject to order. The Speaker needs no assistance at all. Once you will make that statement, Marian, it will go to the Hansard. It will be part of the annals of the history of this House. I'm sure whatever was said about you, and I was following the proceedings, you are not maligned by one side. Both the accusers and the defenders were mentioning you in total abundance, as you know. You will make that statement. It will go to the Hansard. It will go to the records. It will not be subject to any debate by anybody. But I'll give you the opportunity to purge all those allegations against you. Can I have the names of these folks? One eye. The names. Yes, Honorable TJ Kajwang. You know, Honorable Kajwang, you are a member of the committee.
Yes, I am.
And whatever Speaker, you wanted to do, you should have.
I don't want to speak to the substance of the issues that are before us, because to do so, I would be a judge in my own cause. But, Mr. Speaker, this is the first time. Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to get your attention on this. I want to explore a constitutional issue. My minority leader, if you could just allow me to get the ear of the Speaker.
Okay, let me hear the Honorable TJ Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak for, yes, just 1 minute, for the development of jurisprudence, custom and tradition in this House. This is the first time ever in the history of the new Constitution that we have tackled this matter. The other House has been lucky that in many occasions they have handled such matters. And so it is important, Mr. Speaker, that you go in history as setting a precedent, the legal foundation by which many and others, and you know, Mr. Speaker, it is this House that can impeach or can call the President to question. It is this House that can call emergency or can declare war in this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just think that this gives you an opportunity to put the law in such a manner that everybody will have the foundation. Mr. Speaker, you see, a report has been given to you. You have looked at that report. Actually, the words you have used, you have scanned that report. In law, you have perused that report, and you have approved it. But the report has not been given to the members here. The members do not have an opportunity to go to room 8 to read that report, even if that report would die here. But to suggest that the members would accept a report one way or the other without applying their cognitive abilities to it, either to understand that the issues were unsubstantiated or not, would be to deny this House its own conscience and to take away its power to debate. Mr. Speaker, I urge you, Mr. Speaker, that you create a room by which as many members as possible may be able to comment on such issues, even if it is going to, even if it was going to die here, but give.
Honorable TJ Kajwang, I have no doubt that you've been listening to me, and I know you are a very brilliant, distinguished learned junior. I have said, and you remember what Senior Counsel Otienda Molo raised and pointed out. Under the Constitution, and the President we are setting is observance of the Constitution and our standing orders. Under the Constitution, when the report comes back to the House and it says allegations are unsubstantiated, the matter ends there. Even the idea of reading the report becomes an academic exercise. Anybody who wants to read that report is available in the table office. You can pick it and read it. The converse is that if the report had found the allegations substantiated, then the Speaker would have been obligated to set another day for the House to sit. And you will then, as a plenary, debate the report and vote on it. At that stage, then anybody will peruse the report, will mark the report, will underline the report, will critique the report, will do anything with the report and convince the House that the report is right or wrong, and that decision will be made by a vote by the whole House. In the absence of the latter, then the idea of members reading the report remains academic. The Speaker cannot stop you from later looking for the report and reading it. The Speaker cannot stop you from going out there and commenting on the report. But the chips will lie where they fell, on the floor of this House. So I'll now go back to where I started, and the first member I'll call to make a comment is one Julius Meli. Yes, Okello, what is it? Yes, Okello.
I thank you.
Order, let's listen to Member for Nyando.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would want to borrow your mind on this. A clear reading of that Article 159 in its entirety, together, Article 152 in its entirety, particularly sub-Article 9, read together with our Standing Order number 66, Honorable Speaker, I do believe that the drafters of these two laws, both the standing orders and the Constitution, envisaged a position of unanimity on a matter. Honorable Speaker, in a situation where there is division, there is a minority view, there is no unanimous decision arrived at, Honorable Speaker, that was not envisaged when this was being written, Honorable Speaker. So how do we, as a House, proceed, therefore, in the absence of a unanimous decision? Does it therefore subject it once again to members of Parliament to be heard? Because again, you know, on retrospect, Honorable Speaker, it is 150 members against 7.
Take your seat.
150 against 7,
You've
Honorable
made your
Speaker.
point. Honorable Kello, you are a seasoned member, and you should appreciate what our standing orders say. The report that has been tabled here is from a committee of 11. 7 have signed and substantiated. 4 have penned a dissenting opinion. From our standing orders, the committee cannot bring to the House 2 reports. It is 1 report with a dissenting opinion. It remains 1 report. 2, there is no provision in the standing orders or in the Constitution that requires that such a report must carry total unanimity. It only talks of majority members of the committee. And that's what is before us, Honorable Kello. So you are trying to borrow my wisdom. I think I've discharged it to you. Yes, Wanjala. Wanjala, what is your point of order? And mention the standing order that you are relying on. That's what every member has been doing.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I know you are biased against me, and I'm not talking. Mr. Speaker,
what is standing order are you relying on?
I don't want to indulge in the issue of what the report is all about. But the standing order 159 that allows this motion to come in. Mr. Speaker, I have been in this House and you have been in this House. This exercise, Mr. Speaker, is very expensive for a member of Parliament to bring these kind of motions, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I watched them on the TV.
Which standing order did you say? 159? It has no relevance to what you are saying whatsoever. So take your seat. Yes, Sunguli? Order, honorable members. Order, honorable Wanjala. You've had your bite erroneously. The standing order you are talking about has absolutely nothing to do with what you are saying. At all, at all. Yes, Sunguli?
Mr. Speaker, I know that you are quite faithful to the... I don't know whether, Mr. Speaker, you can... Mr. Speaker, I know that you are very faithful to the standing orders.
Pardon?
I know you are faithful to the standing orders.
Yes.
And it's not for nothing, because you and I were in the original committee that actually established these standing orders. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that was in the 90s. And don't you think, because you sit in the committee that actually rectifies standing orders, don't you think that it is time you move that this kind of standing order be amended so that we do not leave the authority of Parliament in the hands of very few people, especially in such a very grave matter?
Thank you, Julius Sunguli. You are a lawyer. You know the law is the law. It's not what it ought to be. And the law as it is now is what I have said. The standing orders belong to this House. If in your wisdom you wish to amend the standing orders, so be it. It is not the Speaker to amend the standing orders. If the House wants to amend standing orders, they are dynamic. As you know, the standing orders that you and I and the late Godana and the late Oboja drafted have been amended several times to where they are today. And you can amend them as you wish. Now let me, honorable members, allow a few members to make comments. Then we go to some other business. I'll start with the Honorable Opio and I. Each member has 3 minutes.
The Honorable Speaker.
3 minutes.
Is it? Huh? I thought we agreed 10 minutes.
Majority and minority, I'll give you 5 each. Each member 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Honorable Speaker, I think we should be a little bit more patient on this matter, Honorable Speaker, because this is a very, very important matter. Honorable Speaker, this is the first time this House, since 2010, is dealing with a motion for the impeachment of a cabinet secretary. It is the first time we are dealing with such a situation, Honorable Speaker. And therefore I want to plead with you that you give us a little bit more time. Honorable Speaker, I want to start from where Honorable Kelo left, very, very quickly. Honorable Speaker, I don't think it was the intention of the framers of our Constitution, 2010, that a decision of this House would be countermanded by a group of 7 people. Honorable Speaker, when we took a vote on this matter last Thursday, a whole 149 members of this House voted overwhelmingly to impeach Cabinet Secretary Mithika Linturi. It was not, I would be actually right, I would be in order to persuade this House to decline, to refuse to recognize Mithika Linturi as Cabinet Secretary from now going forward, and to continue to urge the appointing authority, who is the President, to take the most logical step and sack this Cabinet Secretary, if only to save this country from the kind of ridicule it has been subjected to. With those preliminary remarks, Honorable Speaker, I reject and I oppose. Thank you.
Order, Honorable Andai. There is nothing to reject. You just make your comments. You are not going to vote anything. I now invite Honorable Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a house of debate and procedures. And I dare say, Honorable Speaker, that this is a granary of wisdom, where every profession is actually represented here. We have experienced lawyers of the advocates of the High Court. We have doctors. We have accountants. We have bishops. We also have the wannabe men of cloth. Could be the, I think Honorable Junet qualifies to be a sheikh. So this is a house where people are drawn from different professions and very experienced in different fields. Honorable Speaker, this is also a house, once one debates, must agree that it is a house where the majority will have their way and minority will have their say. When this motion was brought before this House, Honorable Speaker, the majority had their way, as it were then. But the procedures took center stage thereafter. After the majority had their way, the procedures were followed. The minority proposed their names. The majority proposed their names. An ad hoc committee was formed, Honorable Speaker, and they had their own elections, where they elected a chair to chair the ad hoc committee. And the chair of the ad hoc committee, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Naomi Wako, is a reverend, is a person of great integrity, a person that has served this country in her capacity as a reverend, a person that has served this country as a canon, a person that has served this country as a senator, and a person now who is serving this country, Honorable Speaker, as the deputy majority whip, Honorable Speaker. And all the proceedings, Honorable Speaker, were in full glare of the camera. We all watched what was happening. It was basically drama. Everything that we were watching, Honorable Speaker, in the proceedings were actually drama. what we were hearing, Honorable Speaker, is similar to what was actually being shown or rather presented before or brought before the matrimonial court the other day. And Honorable Speaker, there is no way a house of competence could have admitted the evidence that was brought. There was nothing watertight as it was being presented, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Wamboka, as much as he tried, of course, in his role as a member of parliament under Article 95 to oversight, Honorable Speaker, he did not manage to raise a strong case, to bring a watertight evidence, to grow his, profile by pushing through a watertight case, Honorable Speaker, to have the Honorable Linturi impeached. So, Honorable Speaker, I support the report by this committee because I believe in them, and as the house of debate, a house that believes in strength, a house that believes in procedures, Honorable Speaker, we proceed. It is done. We are now done with the whole thing, and now we proceed with the other, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable Robert Mbui. 3 minutes, so
thank you, Mr.
condense
Speaker.
your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kenyan farmers were duped into purchasing fake fertilizer through NCPB under the full glare and the watch of the CS for Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, a motion was brought to this House to dismiss that CS, and members of the House voted overwhelmingly to get rid of the CS. Then, Mr. Speaker, a committee of the House was put together to go and confirm the report and the vote of the members of Parliament. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the members that were put in the committee, 7 of them went and turned the verdict of 149 members of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, for the record, only 4 members gave a dissenting opinion. And Mr. Speaker, for the record, the Honorable T.J. Kajwang, the Honorable Yusuf Farah, the Honorable Catherine Omanyo, and the Honorable Robert Mbui stood with the Kenyan farmers and said enough is enough and the CS must go. Mr. Speaker, the reality is this, that when we went to that committee, Mr. Speaker, the committee, instead of carrying out investigation as was told by this House, the committee went and turned itself into a Supreme Court of Parliament of Kenya, presided over, Mr. Speaker, by the Lady Justice Naomi Wako. And Mr. Speaker, the rest of us became judges. Mr. Speaker, the question we're asking is this: is the committee of the House supposed to operate like a court, or are we supposed to continue operating like a committee of the House?
Honorable Mbui, I did guide you, and you are a member of the committee. I told you you are quasi-judicial. Rules of evidence apply, limitations on hearsay apply, and everything that pertains to proceedings in a judicial court applies. You are quasi-judicial.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are quasi-judicial, but we became a court of law. Mr. Speaker, there was one major issue that we noted, that there were key witnesses that, Mr. Speaker, was supposed to have been called. The Constitution anticipates that we call witnesses. The standing orders of this House and even the rules of the committee were allowing us to call members to come and give witness evidence. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, 2 key witnesses, the PS for Agriculture and the COO of one of the companies that is supposedly mentioned in this fake fertilizer scandal, were actually not called.
Honorable Mbui, as a member of the committee, you are truly being wiser after the event. Honorable John Paul. John Paul, 3 minutes. You better compose your thoughts quickly. Give John Paul the mic. There you are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the report from the committee and to commend, Mr. Speaker, their good work which they did within 10 days, Mr. Speaker. It is commendable that within 10 days, Mr. Speaker, the committee was able to gather evidence and to interrogate both the parties, Mr. Speaker. And today, Mr. Speaker, it has come to limelight of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, that the one CS Mithika Linturi is clean, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I urge members, when the motion is such as this, Mr. Speaker, is brought before this House, Mr. Speaker, is good for any member who is bringing such motion, Mr. Speaker, of impeachment to do due diligence, Mr. Speaker, and gather enough evidence, Mr. Speaker, which can get maybe the minister with the mistake which, Mr. Speaker, they already seen the years. So, Mr. Speaker, this committee consisted of the competent members, Mr. Speaker, who are capable of interrogating the CS, Mr. Speaker, and they were able to bring forth, Mr. Speaker, to this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, that the CS is clean. Mr. Speaker, it should also be noted that when impeachment motion is brought in this House, it should not be brought, Mr. Speaker, with perception that maybe because maybe a person has a bad name or maybe the look of that person, Mr. Speaker, that person maybe qualifies to be impeached. So my advice to the CS Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, is that he should stand firm, do work to the Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, so that the Kenyans can have enough food, Mr. Speaker. The work he is doing currently is doing good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to support this report. Thank you.
Irene Mayaka, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also stand here to express my complete disappointment that 7 honorable members averted the will of so many other members of this House. And Honorable Speaker, I am actually really disappointed on behalf of the farmers of not only Nyamira, but the whole of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, Article 153 of our Constitution is very clear that the CS is accountable individually and collectively to the President of this country. And in so doing, Honorable Speaker, it also says that the Honorable CS is stopped from not taking accountability when anything goes wrong in his ministry. Honorable Speaker, the CS cannot run away from the fact that the ultimate responsibility actually stands with him. Honorable Speaker, I watched the proceedings of the committee, and one of the things that really caught my eye is when the CS proudly demonstrated to the committee of the positive things that he has done for that particular ministry. But the same CS refuses to take responsibility when one thing goes wrong in his ministry. Honorable Speaker, if you look at Article 201 of our Constitution, it clearly says that public money shall be spent prudently and responsibly. It does not make sense, therefore, Honorable Speaker, why money that was allocated to one particular part of the department was reallocated to NCPD and therefore used in a manner that was not prudent. I do not understand, therefore, Honorable Speaker, how the Select Committee, the 7 of them, decided that this CS was not culpable of the crimes that he committed. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to state this, that the Article 43 of our Constitution is very clear. It says that every person has a right to free access of food, but not only food, but that food that is actually of good quality. Honorable Speaker, the CS in his admission said that out of the 3 million bags, that only 3,000 bags were actually fake fertilizer, and that they withdrew this from the people. But Honorable Speaker, that is not taking enough responsibility for a fault like that. Because Honorable Speaker, what if this particular...
Your time is up, Honorable Mayaka. Dr. Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this motion.
You have 3 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, as the chair of the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock Development, I am sure the House knows that you have been making an inquiry on this issue. Honorable Speaker, I understand the feelings of the members. This is the first motion of impeachment that we've had. I was there in the last time, there was none. In this time, there is one. But Honorable Speaker, the law and the Constitution is very clear. And I wish to thank you for invoking, going beyond the provisions of Article 152(9)(a), giving us an opportunity to comment on this motion, even if the business has already been done. Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we have not completed our work. And I want to put it correctly, Honorable Speaker, that the mover of the motion approached me, and I told him the business is not yet done. It would have been prudent to wait until we finish with the report, bring that report to the table of the House, and then the mover would have looked at this report and made a decision whether there is anything that would probably stand the impeachment trial. So, Honorable Speaker, in my very considered opinion, this motion was taken in haste. We should have taken more time so that we consider the report when it is brought before the House. Honorable Speaker, our committee, or my committee, has been looking at the entire scope of the subsidy program, and we have unearthed many issues. But this was done in full glare of the media. And that, I believe, is the reason why the members of this House believe there was something wrong with this particular issue, that Honorable Mithika Linturi had committed a crime. Honorable Speaker, I think it would have been good to wait for the report. Finally, Honorable Speaker, as we move forward as a House, we cannot make decisions based on things that we cannot substantiate, things that we cannot fully address and give evidence. I do stand, Honorable Speaker, to support the 7-member and state the fact that we have always made decisions in this House. We have made decisions at the committee level, we have made decisions at the board level, and there is always voting. The number that is more than the other takes the day.
Your
so
time
it is
up.
not really the numbers. It is basically the decision of the committee. And you have been generous enough to give us an opportunity to comment. Honorable Speaker, the report will be laid on the table of this House, and the House will look at the report and see what has gone on. Because we are not looking at individuals, we are looking at the entire...
Otienda Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this, in the majority opinion, has singularly failed Kenyans and must carry a badge of shame on behalf of this House. For the avoidance of doubt, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans must know that the 6 members of the Kenya Kwanza MPs in the team and their surrogate in Jubilee all voted to save the minister. It is only the 4 from Azimio who stood with Kenyan farmers. And so the farmers of Kenya must know who between Kenya Kwanza and Azimio are truly their friends. Mr. Speaker, it is good that Parliament spoke and spoke in a bipartisan manner. So we as a House have indicated, but the committee has failed to respect the House as a whole. In proper democracies, the vote by Parliament in itself should have invited resignation by the minister without even waiting for the committee to do its work. But we are not in a proper democracy under this regime. Mr. Speaker, what now must save farmers is the action by the President. The President can act and reflect the wishes of this House by the stroke of a pen. He does not need this House to resolve that issue. Mr. Speaker, secondly, it must be noted, and some members had questioned the wisdom of Article 152. Article 152 mirrors Article 167 in terms of the procedure for removal of a judge. Only that in that article, the Judicial Service Commission plays the role we played, and the tribunal plays the role that the committee did. It is expected under the Constitution that the committee would be a quasi-judicial committee that will look into the merit of the issue. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the committee, most of its members went with a preconception because they'd already spoken here against that motion. And instead of therefore exercising independence of mind, they went with a fixed thought. Mr. Speaker, we must learn a lesson. Number one, we should not allow the majority leader to sabotage such a motion as he did in this case. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the mover should be the one to suggest the names of those constituting the select committee. And more importantly, number 3, Mr. Speaker, we should ensure that the members are knowledgeable, they have integrity, and they are independent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Tenda Molo. Rindikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have 3 minutes.
I like to support the verdict that has been passed by the Select Committee led by their chairman, Madam Waku. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind this House, every year we celebrate what is called Easter. Mr. Speaker, during crucifixion of Jesus, the multitude called for crucifixion of Jesus, and they said, let's release Barnabas. Mr. Speaker, what we are hearing now is people calling for crucifixion of Jesus and saying release Barnabas. Mr. Speaker, we cannot pretend as a House. I am very saddened to hear the Vice Chair of this committee, a man of respect and a mentor, disowning the sittings. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice Chairman sat for that committee for 3 days, including the report lighting, and at no single time did he withdraw from the position of Vice Chairmanship. Mr. Speaker, the decision of the Chair and the decision of the Vice Chair are one and the same. So we cannot play for the public gallery. Mr. Speaker, we cannot dictate terms as what the President of this Republic should do. Mr. Speaker, Mithika Rintoli cannot be sacrificed for doing what is good. Mr. Speaker, Mithika Rintoli did not say these 3 charges be brought against him. Mr. Speaker, the mover, first of all, he totally failed to prove the case himself. The failure of this, the failure of the mover of the motion, he brought matters that he could not even himself substantiate. He went ahead to call for evidence support, calling the PS, calling the MD of KL Chemicals. Mr. Speaker, he was looking for evidence. He should have sought for good evidence before proceeding to bring the motion in Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, let's abide by the rules of Parliament. Let's abide by the rules that we have set ourselves. Mr. Speaker, it is a shame to play for the public gallery, to sacrifice one person who has a track record of good performance in this country. And Mr. Speaker, we shall not listen to the public. We shall listen to the rules of this Parliament. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Junaid Mohammed. Yes. For avoidance of doubt, I ask your leaders, and this happens in every democracy, on certain issues, the leaders have a discretion to tell the Speaker who they think should speak for them on a matter.
Mr. Speaker,
your leaders.
Today is a sad day, indeed very sad day for our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is for sure that this was not the expectations of the Kenyan people today. They expected an indictment because, Mr. Speaker, what happened in this country by supplying fake fertilizer to the public, to Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, is a very grievous matter, Mr. Speaker. And for us to exonerate a cabinet minister who presided over that, Mr. Speaker, is also a very, very sad thing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have won the battle, but we have lost the war. Why do I say so? Stop. The way I see it happening today, if the fake fertilizer thing has gone the way it is going today, then fake medicine will go through, fake water will go through, fake everything will go through in this country, and the people who are going to suffer in this country, Mr. Speaker, is the Kenyan people, Mr. Speaker. If we were elected, and this is not what the Suna East people today expected, Mr. Speaker. When I saw the constitution of the committee that was done by the majority leader,
Ichungwa, give him 2 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, when I saw the constitution of the committee that was done by the majority leader, the 7 members from his side, I knew this is an exercise in futility. I knew the matter is dead on arrival. I could see the faces there. I know them. I have been in this corridor. I have been in this parliament long enough. I have operated in this corridor of this parliament. I knew this fait accompli. No report, nothing useful will come out of the committee. Thank you very much. I submit to the Speaker.
Kimani Ichung'wah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I hear what the leader of the minority whip is saying. And it is true, Honorable Speaker, that if you have been here long enough, like the Honorable Junet Mohammed, and many others, including Robert Mbui, who was a member of this select committee, you would know then that impeachment of a cabinet secretary is not a matter that you vote and make a decision based on emotions. It's also not a matter that you decide based on whether you like somebody or you dislike them, or whether they answer your calls or reply to your texts. It is a matter that is based on the law. Honorable Speaker, the preliminary objections you heard from the Honorable Otiende Amolo and the leader of minority speaks volumes to the issues that I was speaking to here last week. That one, we sought to impeach a cabinet secretary without duly considering the provisions of Article 152 of our Constitution, and especially so Article 152(7), and our standing orders from Standing Order 64 to 68. Honorable Speaker, you remember me advising the Honorable, the sponsor of the motion, the Honorable Amboka, that if I were him, I would have been patient to allow conclusion, a logical conclusion of the inquiry by a committee of this House under the leadership of the Honorable Mutunga, the Committee on Agriculture, that I would have been patient to allow investigative agencies to investigate and see if there's culpability on either the cabinet secretary or any other public officer before proposing an impeachment motion. Honorable Speaker, this report, as you said, it is good for academics. And it is important that all the 349 members of this House read that report so that they understand that impeaching a cabinet secretary can never be anchored on our feelings, our emotions, and whether we like somebody or dislike them. That we must ensure any time you want to impeach a cabinet secretary or a public official, it is based on what is provided for in law. Was there particularity in the allegations in that motion? I submitted, Honorable Speaker, last week that the motion was laden with generalities and newspaper articles, and therefore would never have passed the test of time if you subjected it to the provisions of the Constitution, our own standing orders, and indeed precedents that has been set by courts of law. And I pointed out the famous Wambora cases, because Governor Wambora, Honorable Speaker, you remember, is one of the public officers that were impeached more than any other public officer. And therefore, I want to urge members, Honorable Speaker, that this becomes a lesson to learn for us as a House. If we propose motions to impeach cabinet secretaries for the sake of it, we will make this House extremely impotent. We will become impotent because we are acting at the whim of the moment. We are not patient to get substantive issues that can truly impeach a cabinet secretary. I look forward to a day, Honorable Speaker, that under the provision of our 2010 Constitution, we will offer meaningful oversight over cabinet secretaries, that we shall take our work seriously as a House, and we make sure, Honorable Speaker, that if we do an inquiry like we were doing, Honorable Speaker, we base all our deliberations on facts and not emotions, Honorable Speaker. I hope, Honorable Speaker, that this report, when we read, we will be able to internalize the reasons as to why those who say that all the allegations are not substantiated, the reasons and the reasoning behind it. Honorable Speaker, I know there are those who have expressed their minority opinion. And Honorable Speaker, I had a brief look at that report, and it is all based again on emotions and what they want to say are perceptions. Honorable Speaker, the drafters of our Constitution, including the Honorable Tiende Amolo, who drafted this Constitution, should have then considered putting either under our values the question of perceptions, our national values, or probably part of the reasons under Article 152 of our Constitution as to why you would impeach a cabinet secretary, then you should have included perceptions. But our laws, our Constitution, our standing orders do not offer us an opportunity to impeach a cabinet secretary or any other public officer on the basis of perceptions. You may perceive somebody as dislikable, Honorable Speaker. You may perceive somebody as arrogant or as corrupt, but that is not provided for in the Constitution and in our laws. We are the lawmakers. We are the first people who should be the first defenders. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was saying, Honorable Speaker, we swear by the Bible and the Holy Quran when we take oath of office to defend the Constitution and the laws of this Republic, Honorable Speaker. We must always be at the forefront to defend the Constitution and the laws of our country, Honorable Speaker. So that tomorrow, Honorable Speaker, if the Honorable Junet Mohammed gets the opportunity to serve as a cabinet secretary, I will not seek to impeach him on the basis of my perceptions that are not objective at all. That I will seek to impeach the Honorable Junet on the basis of his performance and that which is provided for under our Constitution. Honorable Speaker, it is easy to speak to the gallery, to speak to the media, Honorable Speaker, because the media are saying this and that. I have seen lawyers saying that members of parliament, if the 11, somebody tweeted that the 11 members times 5 million shillings is the basis on which this motion will be decided, Honorable Speaker. And it's a very senior counsel in this country, Honorable Speaker. It is shameful and unfortunate, Honorable Speaker, that a lawyer, an advocate of the High Court, a senior counsel would be speaking to issues, Honorable Speaker, that any Kenyan who was watching the deliberations of this committee under the full glare of the public or of the media, Honorable Speaker, there was nothing that could be substantiated. The Honorable Amboka could not substantiate anything, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, as I commend the Honorable Amboka for his fortitude and temerity even to be able to push through a motion he knew was dead on arrival, since he could not substantiate, was based on newspaper cuttings and all the other rumors you hear in town, Honorable Speaker, at least he had the fortitude to push it on to the end. Honorable Amboka, please next time I would urge you, let us stick to what is provided for by our standing orders, our own laws, and the Constitution of the Republic. If we do that, Honorable Speaker, this House and indeed Parliament will have teeth to bite. Otherwise, if we abuse the provisions of our Constitution to just collect signatures and sign signatures and push, Honorable Speaker, in an attempt maybe to blackmail or intimidate cabinet secretaries, we shall be rendering this House impotent, and that will be the end of Parliament, Honorable Speaker. I pray to God and urge members that next time we want to impeach a cabinet secretary, let it be based on the law, the Constitution.
Order, Majority Leader. Yes, Ocheng, what's the point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I've been listening here today.
What's the point of order?
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the Majority Leader to keep on referring to Honorable Wamboka as if he made a mistake to bring this particular motion? Because all through his speech, that was insinuating that it was a mistake for Honorable Wamboka bring this motion, Mr. Speaker. Is it in order that he does that?
First, I didn't understand it that way, and secondly, Honorable Wamboka made no mistake in exercising his right. Yes. And that's what Ichungwa said. All he said is that exercise much more care and bring more tangible evidence. That's what I heard him say. Yes. Order, honorable members. I promised five. It is done. I'll now call the next order. The matter is over. Call the next order. Your motion was spent. You moved, you replied. Yes. Next order.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, honorable members. be upstanding. Honorable members.
Order, members, order. This is the committee of the whole House to consider the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, Bill number 24 of 2023. Honorable members, order. Those who are receding to recede in order. Those who are remaining to take their seat so that you can proceed with the committee of the whole House.
Clause 3.
I propose that clause 3 be part of the bill. I've hardly read a clause, Honorable Millie. So is it on clause 3? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have several amendments to the bill. Could I please be assisted by being given physical order paper? Because I'm not able to follow. I wouldn't even know whether I have an amendment.
Of course, you'll get it immediately.
Thank you.
Let's get the Millie the physical order paper. Where are the sergeants? Sergeant at arms, come get the Honorable Millie the order paper. Remember, there's no amendment to that clause, so I now put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Members, I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. You have amendment by the Honorable Millie.
Chair, I'm still trying to get the...
No, go ahead. You consult with Honorable Majority Leader before you can... I'll give you a minute or two.
What page is it at?
On page 630, 631.
Isn't it, Chair?
632 up there. 632 up there.
Just a moment. Oh, thank you, Chair. Chair, I move that clause 4 be amended as per the order paper. Chair, what this amendment seeks to do is to ensure the protection of vulnerable groups, including women, children, persons with disabilities, and older persons of the society when you are having a national disaster. And Chair, you can actually see it is even good that this bill is coming at a time when we are dealing with the floods. And you can see the women, children, and persons with disabilities are really suffering because of the flooding. So special attention should be given to them during this time. I propose.
Members, I propose a question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Millie. Honorable Chair, you got something to say on this?
I have a mic, Honorable Chair. I support.
I want to hear the chairman on this. Let's try to find you behind him.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. I also support.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie. As many opinion say aye. As many opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I propose, I now members put the question that clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many opinion say aye? As many opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Chair, you got an amendment with this? Honorable Chair, move to the next one.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. The committee proposes that clause 5 be amended by deleting that clause, so as it is in the order paper.
Thank you.
So we delete clause 5.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 5 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Honorable Millie. But I can't see you on the. Yes, but the Honorable Shakil, you know the rules. Just go up there, pick a card, come put the card, I'll listen to you. It's that simple. Just go up there. They are still there. They can give you a card to speak. It's just simple. Then I'll listen to you. We are trying to.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would want to request the chairman of the committee if he could please clarify the proposed amendment. And Chair, the reason is that from the current flooding that we have seen that where you have an intergovernmental framework on disaster management, then it is more effective. But if you have the counties working on their own and the national government on their own, especially with such a huge magnitude, it becomes problematic. So could the chair please explain to us why he thinks this clause, which I think is very good, is not necessary?
Thank you. Honorable Chair.
Oh, now this one is. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Keep confusing.
Go
ahead.
The clause 5 now provides for the establishment of the Intergovernmental Council on disaster risk management and comprises of 10 cabinet secretaries and the chairperson of the Council of Governors. So the committee recommended its deletion for the following reasons. One, now the proposed Intergovernmental Council will be bureaucratic. Remember, it's made up of 10 cabinet secretaries. And the reporting structure is unclear as to how the more than a third of the cabinet, as currently constituted, will be reporting to the same cabinet. So that's why we, as a committee, recommend that let us remove the Intergovernmental Council. So the arrangement may occasion delays in critical decision-making for effective disaster risk management. More specifically, Honorable Chair, that during response and therefore the authority is best placed to discharge the functions than the Intergovernmental Council.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, so we just wanted to do away with many cabinet secretaries forming the Intergovernmental Council. So we delete it.
Thank you. And now put the question that clause 5 be deleted as proposed by the chair. As another opinion say aye. As another opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Chair.
Again, Honorable Chair, we propose that clause 6 be deleted. This is as a consequence of deleting clause 5. It therefore follows.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 6 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 6 be deleted as proposed by the chair. As another opinion say aye. As many opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Members, I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. Chair.
Again, Honorable Chair, in the same manner we have deleted clause 6 because it is talking to the same. We again propose to delete clause 7.
I propose the question that clause 7 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 7 be deleted as proposed by the chair. As another opinion say aye. As many opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill, and clause 8 has 2 amendments, one by the chair and one by the Honorable Millie. Should the one by the chair be carried, then of course the Honorable Millie's falls. So the Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We also recommend that now clause 8 be deleted. Now the clause provides for the functions of the Intergovernmental Council. Now the proposal to delete is a consequence of the deletion of clause 5. Honorable Chair, I also think that if this is carried, then Honorable Millie's amendment on clause 8 also will not be there, or it's also sorted out.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 8 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Honorable Millie.
Chair, I know that it's kind of a bit late in the day, but I want to encourage the chair, if the committee could at a later date reconsider and bring another body. I wish they had done an amendment, because when you remove this intergovernmental body, Chair, with the crisis that we have just faced as a country, it's really tricky. I hope the committee can relook at it at a future date.
Thank you. The members, I now put the question that clause 8 be deleted. As many other opinions say aye, as many opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Clauses 9 and 10.
Members, I propose the question that clauses 9 and 10 be part of the bill. And I now put the question that clauses 9 and 10 be part of the bill. As many other opinions say aye, as many opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Members, I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That the committee proposes that clause 11 of the bill be amended in paragraph N by deleting the words Intergovernmental Council and substituting thereof the words Cabinet and the Summit.
Members, I propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question, therefore, that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the chair. As many other opinions say aye, as many opinions say nay. The ayes have it. I propose the question that clause 11 as amended be part of the bill. As many other opinions say nay, as many other opinions say aye, as many opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. As many other opinions say aye, as many as of court of opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. Again, this has 2 amendments proposed, one by the chair, one by the Honorable Millie. The one by the chair is carried. Honorable Millie's will fall, eliminate. So the Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. As a committee, we are proposing that the bill in clause 13 or clause 13 be amended by deleting the clause 13 and substituting therefore the following new clause. 13.1, the management of the authority shall vest in the board, which shall comprise A, a chairperson appointed by the president. Now B, the principal secretary in the ministry for the time being are responsible for matters relating to disaster risk management or a representative designated in writing. And C, the principal secretary in the ministry for the time being responsible for matters relating to finance or a representative designated in writing. D, the principal secretary in the ministry for the time being responsible for matters relating to defense.
Thank you. I think the rest of them can be read by the members.
So just want to say, Honorable Chair, that we propose to amend clause 13 as is in the order paper.
Thank you. I propose the question, therefore, that clause 13 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as much as I do not oppose that proposed amendment, Chair, I just wanted to request the committee chair if he could consider adopting my own amendment, because my amendment is seeking to include the CS for gender. And Chair, it's because of the special considerations that are brought in the previous amendment. I'll just give you an example that whenever we talk about floods, sometimes some of us do not actually see the direct connection about women or girls that I'm talking about. My niece, during the floods, got into an Uber and was almost attacked and raped because there is no rescue at that time. Because they know this Uber knew that the road is deserted, there's too much rain, and there is nobody to come to your aid at that point. So if you actually have the gender dynamics that people may not actually foresee in situations like that, I'm requesting the chair if he could kindly adopt my proposed amendment, because it doesn't go against it, it just adds value.
Honorable Chair, this is a reasonable request, I think. And I thought, Honorable Millie, being a senior member of this House, one of the things you do normally is to approach the chair, not on the face of the House, but on the sides, so that then you're able to clean this up, not on his face, as it were. So.
It's impossible. Okay. Yeah, I think it's because of earlier drama in the House, it was impossible to engage meaningfully on this, on more serious issues of the House like this.
Yeah, but I think it's neater like that, and because you have a number of amendments, I propose that you proceed the way I've suggested. So go ahead, Honorable. Yes, Honorable Chungwa.
Chair, I hear what Honorable Millie is saying. I'm probably just looking at the list because the other justification was to keep the board with 9 members in line with the Mwongozo Code of Governance. Probably if the chair would be amiable to accommodating Millie's amendment by removing the principal secretary in the ministry for the time being in charge of drought management or a representative designated in writing, we replace that with the Millie's PS, recommended PS. Because the one for defense, it's important that the defense, because of the support that we get from the military, is there. The PS for in charge of disaster, which in most cases will be OP, is okay. The principal secretary for finance is okay because of finances. But this one for drought management is part of the disasters. And maybe we can replace this one with the one in charge of gender.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Chair, we did not find a reason for this kind of inclusion. Thank you. That we include the principal secretary for the time being for matters related to gender. So we did not agree to this, Honorable Chair, but we said that already we already allowed the amendment by the Honorable Millie in clause 4, where we are talking about protecting vulnerable groups, including women, children, persons with disabilities. So we did not really find rationale for gender in disaster management, in disaster risk management. So we are saying that we didn't see the rationale for that, and the serious justification, we didn't find that. And then again, as Honorable Ichungwa, the leader of majority, saying, the PS in charge of drought, like now we have a principal secretary in charge of ASALS and regional development, is really very critical when it comes to disasters even now, because questions are being put to him. So we think that, I think if this arrangement continues like this, then it would be very key and very critical in terms of matters disaster. So I wish that if we just could go by what we have proposed, the better, because that is what we as a committee we were thinking about. So we did find justification for putting the peers in charge of gender in terms of this disaster. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mayaka.
Chair, I'd really like to just beg the indulgence of the chair on this particular matter, because, Chair, if there is any persons who are really affected when droughts happen, it is women and children. And in most circumstances, they do not have rescue centers, they do not have where to go. We saw so many scenarios of children having to go on the rooftop of houses, because all these other people that you have mentioned here, Chair, none of them will look at the soft power in terms of the basic needs of the children. It has to come from gender. If it's not gender, it is social protection. But gender would be best suited, because then you're able to cover both women and children in that respect. So I'd really beg the indulgence of the chair to really reconsider Honorable Millie's amendment. I thank you.
So this has to be done in a neater manner.
Honorable Chair, I hear the members, and now that we wanted to also stick to the number of board members, unless now, if we can agree that we move a further amendment to this, so that we can provide these extra peers and ensure that a third of the members of this board are of either gender.
So then we have a further amendment. So therefore, the question will now read that we'll take in the Honorable Millie's amendment and a further amendment by the Honorable Chair that now removes the Principal Secretary in charge of drought management, that is at E. And now members therefore put the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by Honorable Chair, amended by Honorable Millie, and further amended by the Honorable Chair. As member of opinion say aye. As member of counter opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 13 as amended be part of the bill. As member of opinion say aye. As member of counter opinion say nay. Say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Honorable Millie.
Chair, I propose that that clause 14 be amended as per the order paper. And Chair, what we are doing is that under 14, it provides for the qualification of appointments as a chairperson under section 13(1)A, and it provides the qualifications. I am proposing that a person should not be a member of the board if the person is already serving as a member of another board. And the reason why I'm saying this, Chair, is because we've noticed that there are people who serve in 2 or more boards, and yet there are very many Kenyans who would be happy to serve. Even the presidency is having a challenge with the people who would want to serve in boards, yet you find one person serving in more than one board. So if you could just accommodate that. Thank you.
Members, I propose a question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie.
But just to guide, and I wanted to just understand this clearly, Robo Mili, where the law says is the PS, what do you do with that? Where the law says the PS to be a member of the board, what do you do with that? Are you excluding the PSS and public officials from this particular proposal? Because as you know, this has legal consequences.
Chair, sorry, I'm not getting you. Because my proposed amendment is saying, unless it's not covered well, but I'm saying it should be, a person is not qualified for appointment as a chairperson or member of the board if that person, and I'm saying, he is serving as a member of another board, so that you don't serve as a member of two boards when there are very many Kenyans who would want to serve in boards. Why should we have one person serving in two boards when there are many Kenyans who would like to serve?
Thank you.
So that's actually what my amendment is about.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Let's have the Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. In regard to the proposed amendment by Honorable Mill in clause 14, actually, we didn't find merit in this much. And then again, Honorable Chair, you know, we are talking of a person is not qualified for appointment as a chairperson or even member. If it could be chairperson, no, somebody can be appointed as a chair while he's a board in another, a board member elsewhere. So we didn't find merit in this, and we said, I think there are very few instances where we have board members serving in more than one board. So we didn't find that it would be necessary to put it in a law like this.
Well, members, I put the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Mili. As another opinion say aye. As many of contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question that the clause 14 as amended be part of the bill. As many of the opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Honorable Mili.
One-third.
Yes. Hello. Sorry, Chair. That is Honorable Ichungwa interrupting me. Thank you, even though he's managing both sides. Chair, I propose that clause 15 be amended as per the order paper. Chair, for me, this is a governance issue because it provides under D that the office of a member of a board other than the ex-officio shall become vacant if the member is absent from 3 consecutive meetings of the board without the permission of the board. I think it's better practice if you say either notifying the chair or without justifiable reason. Because if you say, because we know the politics in the board sometimes, somebody can be sick, request permission, is denied, and then you are thrown out when you're actually genuinely sick. So it should be upon them to prove that there was justifiable reason. It's good governance practice.
Thank you. Members, I propose a question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Mili. Chair.
So, Honorable Chair, when I looked at this proposed amendment, that we delete permission of the board and substitute therefore this with a justifiable cause. So, what is justifiable cause? What could be justifiable elsewhere may not be justifiable elsewhere. So we say, if we say somebody has permission from the board, either from the chairman or from the board, it would be better than saying you are just absent, but the cause for your absenteeism is justifiable. How do you measure that?
Honorable Mili.
Chair, I think maybe the chair didn't listen to me when I was moving. I said a lot of boards usually have problems because of clauses like this, and it has become good governance practice not to say you get permission of the chair. if somebody, a member has a problem, say with the chair, then the chair can even get request permission and it is denied. And this person is actually sick. But when you actually say justifiable reason, then it becomes incumbent upon them to prove whether it's justifiable reason. So that even when somebody goes to court, then you can actually prove that there was justifiable. But when you say permission of the chair will just say, no, I didn't give permission. And it creates autocracy because you are making chairs that can be ruling around people. It's just good governance practice.
Thank you. Thank you. I now put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Millie. As another opinion say aye. As many as opinion say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 15 as amended be part of the bill. As many other opinion say aye. As many as out of the opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 16.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill, 16 be part of the bill. Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm trying to catch up as I move, so you will bear with me. One of my proposed amendments is similar to the first one, which is a justifiable cause, but the other one I think is basically grammatical. In sub C, because in C, when you say the chairperson or member of the board may be removed from the office for is being absent, that's not correct English. You just say for being absent, not for is being. For is being absent, that's maybe sober, but it's not English. So that one is grammatical, but the other one is basically the same as the one we have passed before, which is just getting justifiable reason. Thank you, Chair.
I propose the question that clause 16 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie. As I see, this is just a matter of cleaning up. Chair, you have anything to say on this?
Honorable Chair, I think we agree with this. There's no major problem here.
Thank you. And then we put the question that clause 16 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Millie. As many of the opinions say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 16 as amended be part of the bill. As many of the opinion say aye. As many as the opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
Clauses 17 and 18.
I propose the question that clauses 17 and 18 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 17 and 18 be part of the bill. As many of the opinion say aye. As many as of the say nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Chair?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. I propose that the clause 19 be amended as is on the order paper.
I now put the question. I propose the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the chair. Is Honorable Millie?
Chair, I wish to support the chairman. Part of the things that I've been telling about good governance practice, I think this is very good governance practice, and I hope most of the drafters can pick this. Once you establish a committee or a board, and then you co-opt, you're actually bringing people through the back door. But if you engage, it means you can hire as consultants or the others, so I really support the chair on this.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the chair. As many other opinions say aye. As many as of the opinion say nay. Ayes have it. And I now put the question that clause 19 as amended be part of the bill. As many other opinions say aye. As many as the opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
Clauses 20, 21, and 22.
I propose the question that clauses 20, 21, and 22 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 20, 21, and 22 be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Honorable Millie, or is it the chair? The chair. Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That clause 23 of the bill be amended in subsection 2 by inserting the words or her immediately after the word his. As is in the order paper.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the chair. Yes, Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I just want to commend the chair of the committee for this particular amendment because this is very progressive. At least we are taking cognizance of both genders when we are addressing some of these matters. So I support this particular amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the question, therefore, that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the chair. As many other opinions say aye, as many as of opinions say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 23 as amended be part of the bill. As many other opinions say aye, as many as of the opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I propose that clause 24 be amended as per the order paper. And Chair, the reason why I'm proposing this is that clause 24 provides that a Director General shall be competitively recruited and appointed under terms and conditions of service that shall be specified in the instrument of appointment, which is basically a contract. But there is a provision, and I want to encourage Honorable Ichung'wah and the chair to listen to this. I'd request that you listen to this so that you understand the...
I think he's all ears. He's listening to you.
The reason why, Chair, is because the chair has an opportunity to respond. Chair, when you say or otherwise in writing from time to time, then it means that the board will be unilaterally changing the contracts on their own without the input of the Director General. Chair, sometimes some of this is good to also learn from experience. When I worked for the International Commission of Jurists, and I was appointed under contract, and I had a director who kept sending me on post-it notes, do this, do that, do this, do that. It created a problem and caused me to actually end my employment before the time. So that's the reason why it should be on the contract, not outside.
Thank you. Well, members, I propose the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Millie. I now put the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Millie. As many of the opinions say aye, as many as the opinions say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question, therefore, that clause 24 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 25, 26, and 27.
Members, I propose the question that clauses 25, 6, and 27 be part of the bill. And I put the question that clauses 25, 26, and 27 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
I propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Honorable Millie.
Hello? Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's what happens when you're actually trying to multitask. I'm trying to respond to somebody in my constituency while I'm also doing amendments. Chair, the import of clause 28 is to seek that in appointment of staff, there shall be regard to ethnic, gender representation and representation of young persons and persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Members, I propose the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie. I put the question, therefore, that clause 28 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many as of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now therefore put the question that clause 28 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many as of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Honorable Millie? Oh, this is Chair's amendment.
Yes.
Honorable Chair?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. That clause 29 of the bill be amended in sub clause 1 by deleting the expression the Director General or such other person as the board may direct, appearing immediately after the word secretary. So, Honorable Chair, the reason for this is that the proposed amendment aligns with the Mongoso Code of Conduct for State Corporations, which provides that the Corporation Secretary shall be the custodian of the common seal and shall account to the board for its use. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the chair. As many of the opinion say aye, as many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 29 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clauses 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34.
I propose the question that clauses 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many as of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 35.
I propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That clause 35 of the bill be deleted and replaced with the following new clause. Honorable Chair, I don't know whether I'm going to read all this, that there is established a county disaster risk management committee in each county. Now the members of the county committee shall comprise from A to H, as is on the order paper. Thank you.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Millie, you have an amendment on this. Do you want to say something on that?
Chair, clause 35.
Yep.
Do I really have an amendment on clause 35? Oh, sorry, Chair, let me just check. First of all, even as I'm checking my own amendment, I want to say that I support the proposed amendment. I would urge, because we have actually passed the other one, that that if the chair could, I don't know whether this one would be the chair or whether it still gives room if the architecture is not changed, but my B be adopted, which is the member of the county committee shall ensure that the member elected under clause 3 shall be of a different gender from the chairperson, so that we have a zebra approach, where the chair is a woman, the vice is a man, and vice versa. Yeah, perhaps, Chair, you will advise us, because we are moving fast, whether if the original architecture is changed by his proposed amendment, if he could kindly adopt my amendment, but if it is not changed, that my second amendment be adopted separately. Otherwise, I support his proposed amendments. They are very good.
Chair.
So, Honorable Chair, I think with the amendment we have proposed in clause 35 and the Honorable Millie's amendment in the same clause, I think we are going to adopt hers for the second B. Then the first one will be taken care of by the amendment we have proposed. So there is no harm, we are in agreement. B is okay.
Thank you. Honorable Millie, if you look at what the chair has said and also look at the new clause at 3, this is, if you have the order paper at page 629, we have the order paper, page 629 at 3, 629 on the order paper.
Chair, I'm not too sure whether the zebra approach is actually on the proposed. It talks about gender equity, which I really support, but the B, which the chair has graciously agreed to adopt, is talking of the zebra approach for chair and the vice chair. So if it's as he has agreed, then perhaps if in the amendments, my first amendment, I don't know in terms of procedure, if maybe his passes, then I propose my second amendment, which is the
new committee has no vice chair.
Oh, if it has no vice chair, then mine dies.
Thank you. So this will go either way. I will propose I'll now put the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the chair of the committee. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it. And now put the question that clause 35 as amended be part of the bill. As many other opinions say aye. As many of the court of opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Clauses 36 and 37.
I propose the question that clauses 35, 36 and 37 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 36 and 37 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 38.
I propose the question that clause 38 be part of the bill. Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair proposed that clause 38 be amended as per the order paper. For the same reason, we have adopted a similar amendment on the issue of justified cause for governance, good governance practice.
Okay, I propose the question that clause 38 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie. Honorable Chair.
Yeah, we have no problem. We have no issue.
Thank you. And I will put the question that clause 38 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay. The ayes have it. And now put the question that clause 38 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Will as many as the opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 39.
I propose the question that clause 39 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 39 be part of the bill. As many of the opinions say aye, and as many as of the court of opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 40.
I propose the question that clause 40 be part of the bill. Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I propose that clause 40 be amended as per the order paper. Yes, English. Legislative elegance. It's merely legislative elegance, so that it's proper English, not sober.
Thank you. I propose a question, therefore, that clause 40 be amended proposed by the Honorable Millie. I now put the question that clause 40 be amended proposed by the Honorable Millie. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 38 as amended, clause 40 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 41 and 42.
I propose the question that clauses 41 and 42 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 41 and 42 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 43.
I propose the question that clause 43 be part of the bill.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, propose that the order, the clause 43 be amended as per the order paper. Chair, again, I want to repeat that it is actually divine that we are dealing with this thing just when we have been through ravaging floods in the country. And Chair, you realize that we had no designated convergence zones where we have flooding. So you find situations where then Eric Omondi has to go with a boat to go and rescue people to where? There's nowhere they are taking them to. We need to have designated public convergence zones so that even if it is a school, we know it's which school. And if it is not, we may actually then provide classes for instances like that. And finally, Chair, I'd want to say that I had a similar event when I was in Indonesia, that there was an earthquake. And here in Kenya, if there's an earthquake, we have no clue where to go to. Right now, if there's an earthquake in my house, I have no clue. But in Indonesia, everybody knows designated areas to go to. So for us now, it may not be an earthquake, but it may be flooding or an unexpected disaster that we have not thought of, that we may require people to be moved in masses. So we need designated areas that people can go to in cases of emergencies and disaster.
Thank you. Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to support this particular amendment because the practice that we even have in most companies and organizations is that in instances of emergency, they do have designated places where people are actually asked to assemble, so that it is then easy for you to be able to account for each and every person. And Chair, also the fact that we saw some very desperate situations, like I said earlier, of children going to rooftops and having very desperate situations because they didn't know where to go, or the authorities concerned did not know where the particular places to take these people. So this is an amendment that is very much in order, and I do support. I thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the Honorable Bensouda.
Yeah, thank you so much, Speaker. I would also want to support this section of the amendment on delineated areas where people can really go when there are emergencies. But my support also, in addition, besides the places they go because there's an emergency which is likely to occur or has occurred, from the experience that we've seen during the floods. When we visited, personally when I visited some flooded areas and the people who are evicted from their homes because of floods, and here was specifically Kwarachuonyo, Osodo, and Kobuya. I was happy yesterday that they have been relocated to a church. But you see also in a church situation, Speaker, it is also not conducive, especially by the time that now the church members would want to come. What am I saying? This amendment should inform us as a country, which I was deeply thinking, that we need not to wait until we experience disaster, then we start thinking of people running left, right, occupying churches, occupying primary schools, which even displacing and relocating them becomes a problem. And therefore, Speaker, I'm thinking that as a country, this is now a clear indication that because we have intergovernmental, we have different organizations who are involved in risk management or disaster management, we need to have a clear designated positions per county, Speaker, so that we build, just let me conclude on this, is critical for Kenyans.
We are not debating on this.
We are not debating, I'm only adding a voice. On the designated parts, we actually need clear designated parts, which means we need to plan further when we'll be debating on that, so that each county has a well-designed rescue center where people can run to during emergency and during indication of emergency. A well-thought-out amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Wanjala.
Every year in, year out. I would tell the whole country, the whole world, what we are going through, but nobody would understand. And today, what the best thing that has happened in this country, that this year, the floods have gone to those areas that they never gone, and that they are known that this type of disasters that every year we have this problem, and so up over there, we have all these problems. Then the government come and buy land beside these places, and even we want to have mobile schools that when this water comes and move the families.
Honorable Angela. Order. Use this next mic. This one to you, next mic, because we are not hearing you well. Go ahead.
And the roads are all flooded, they cannot walk there. We need also to have vehicles that when these people are flooded, they have a way to transport their belongings that they may have saved to those places.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mandela. Well said. Thank you so much, Honorable Mandela. I now put the question that clause 43 as amended by the Honorable Chair. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think I also want to say something about this proposed amendment by Honorable Millie. I see it has the support of the majority of members. Honorable Chair, I had a problem understanding this proposal, that establishment of designated public convergence zones in cases of emergencies. Now, I know in this country, we are aware that there are certain specific areas that are prone to either disasters or emergencies, something like that, but there are others that just happen. So how do you begin designating zones in those areas? Because actually they become emergencies, they happen at that time. So that's the problem I had. And then when you look at this clause, it is saying that a county executive committee member responsible for disaster risk management may, for the purposes of managing a disaster, make guidelines to provide, and they're saying in C, use of listed premises as shelters to manage a disaster. So I was now saying in areas where disasters strike after a long time, we have floods, we have landslides, but they are not frequent annually, they are not common. So how do you go ahead establishing that in those regions?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair, you want to say something on that? No, this is quite straightforward, because you don't know, like, if you go to every building today,
Chair,
any building, let me just say this, Honorable Millie,
okay,
you'll find a fire convergence zone where the fire will happen or not is not the issue. People know where to go when the fire happens. That's what Millie is saying. That in this case, and disasters are disasters. So that's what he's saying, but it's not my point to make. Honorable Millie, make your point.
Chair, I think you have actually said exactly what I wanted to say. Because disasters, there are places that are prone, but there are areas like what has shown us here. Who knew Runda would be flooded? And Runda, they might go to Airbnb. But where areas where people can't go to Airbnb, if you tell people go to hire to where? They will be go hire under trees.
Thank you.
But if you have designated area, sometimes it's the neighboring school, it's a designated area. People know when waters rise, I run there, because everybody would be there. But if I'm running as a family and I'm a woman without a husband, I'm thinking of rape and torture and God knows what else. But if I know it is designated, it means when there's a disaster, even the security moves there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I now put the question that clause 43 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 43 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Clauses 44, 45, and 46.
Clauses 44, 40, I propose the question that clauses 44, 45, and 46 part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 44, 45, and 46 be part of the bill. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as many as of the Court say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 47.
I propose the question that clause 47 is part of the bill. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Now, thank you. Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. That clause 7 of the bill be amended in subclause 2 by deleting the word changes appearing immediately after the word other and substituting thereof the word charges.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 47 be amended as proposed by the chair. It's basically just a typo being corrected. I therefore put the question that clause 47 be amended as proposed by the chair. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 47 as amended be part of the bill. As many of the opinion say aye. Will as many as the opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clauses 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55.
I propose the question that clauses 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 54, and 55 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many as of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 56.
I propose the question that clause 56 be part of the bill. Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I propose that clause 56 be amended as per the order paper, and it still speaks to the same issue, which is establishment of designated public convergence zones in case of emergencies.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 56 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Millie. Honorable Passaris.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I support designated areas. I mean, as a country, I think we've had many disasters from fire, floods, drought. We've also had disasters that are caused by government's wrongs, like right now, clearing the riparian land. I think we need to look and consider shelters. In every constituency, we need shelters so that people can know that these shelters are there in case of emergencies. Because right now we've been providing mattresses in schools, but by the time we provide them, people have slept on the floors. We need to ensure that we have shelters so when we have a disaster, people can move to the shelters before they are told to move to the higher grounds. Because that seems to be a failure of us as a government, not providing designated areas to deal with all manner of disasters. Thank you. I support.
Honorable Kagushia.
Chair, thank you very much. I would also like to support the amendment by Honorable Millie. Indeed, we need to have these shelters that can be able to help us to understand where we need to shelter the people who have been found in this compromising state. Honorable Speaker, one of the things I'm also realizing in this Article 56 in terms of consultations, whereby the Cabinet Secretary is supposed to be consulting with the governors. Chair, we need to ask ourselves whether this consultation also has to do with concurrence, because you know at the national level and at the county devolved level, we have the Cabinet Secretary who is consulting with the governors. Are we going to have concurrence as well? And you understand that this has been an issue in the past, whereby consultations happened, but then the other party said that there were no concurrences in this particular issue. So as we have these delegated regulations, as the Cabinet Secretary is dealing with the delegated regulations and has to consult with governors, we need to understand to what extent are we going to agree with the governors, at what extent can these regulations then be held whereby the governors are of a different opinion from the Cabinet Secretary. And when they consult with the governors, that doesn't mean that they also have to consult with the county assemblies at what point then do we need to have that consultation and agreement and concurrence? Thank you.
I now therefore put the question that clause 56 be amended as proposed by Honorable Mili. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now therefore put the question that clause 56 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 57.
Members, I propose the question that clause 57 is part of the bill. The Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, propose that clause 57 be amended as is on the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 57 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I put the question that clause 57 be amended as proposed by the Chair. As many other opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, ayes have it. And I'll put the question that clause 57 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 58.
I propose the question that clause 58 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Propose the clause 58 be amended as is on the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this amendment seeks to capture the name of the National Disaster Management Unit correctly.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 58 be amended proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that clause 58 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 58 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Schedule.
I propose the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Mover, the Honorable Mili. Honorable Mili, you have an amendment to the schedule?
Yes, Chair. Chair, I wish to amend the schedule, but in agreement with the Leader of Majority, I've agreed that I move only the A and B and drop the C part, which changes the architecture, because we didn't provide for it in the main body. We didn't provide for a vice chair. So because of that, I'm just bringing the amendment that moves the may to shall. Because if you leave that discretion, then no meeting may ever be called. And again, the shall.
Thank you.
In the second one.
You know that the Honorable Mili has dropped her amendment of the schedule at subparagraph C, but retains A and B. I therefore propose the question that the schedule be amended as proposed by the Honorable Mili. I now put the question that the schedule be amended as proposed by the Honorable Mili. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question that the schedule as amended be the schedule of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many of the opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Honorable Mili.
Chair, I need your guidance because I have, I think, four different proposed amendments. Can I move them one by one? Because they are very different in the clause 2.
I propose